We know anything? Monica?
No.
Wait a minute.
Oh, there they are. Yeah, they're here.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Hialeah Council meeting of February 24th. Welcome, everybody. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. De La Vega's present. Ms. Perez is present. Mr. Rodriguez. Ms. G. Perez. Mr. Zogby.
Present. I
Mr.
hereby, go ahead, sorry.
Sorry. Mr. Marrero. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. President, you have a full council.
All right, I hereby call the meeting to order at 5:38 PM. And invocation, please, Madam Clerk.
Lord, we thank you for your blessings and pray for our city. At this time, I would like to ask everyone to join me in a moment of silence in memory of Alethea Luch, whose life touched so many of us. Let us take this time to reflect on her kindness, her contributions, and the moments we shared.
Thank you. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Council Member Luis Gonzalez. Face the flag, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, could you please read the meeting guidelines?
All lobbyists must register with the city clerk. As a courtesy to others, please refrain from using cellular telephones or other similar electronic devices in the council chamber. A maximum of 3 speakers in favor and 3 speakers in opposition will be allowed to address the council on any one item. Each speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No signs or placards in support of or in opposition to an item or speaker shall be permitted within the council chamber. Any person, whether participating via the web platform, telephonic conferencing, or physical presence at City Hall, interested in making comments or posing questions on matters of public concern or on any item on the agenda may do so during the meeting. Members of the public may address the City Council on any item pertaining to city business during the comments and questions portion of the meeting. A member of the public is limited to 1 appearance before the City Council, and the speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Individuals should be respectful of the elected officials and staff and make every effort to speak with a moderate tone using appropriate language and avoiding personal attacks. Members of the public in the audience shall refrain from shouting or making remarks from their seats to the mayor, council members, or staff sitting on the dais. The public can view public meetings on the city's YouTube page.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any presentations last minute?
No, sir.
Okay. Item 7, comments and questions. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody who has signed up to speak?
Yes, sir. Leonardo Santana.
Leonardo Santana? Hello, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you. My name is Leonardo Santana, 43 Eucalyptus Drive, sir.
Thank you, sir. You have 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes. Come on.
Members and individuals in this room, I thank you for all being here today and granting me this opportunity to begin this council meeting for everyone here. Across the country, systems and powers of all of our highest ranks have failed to not only provide justice to those who have been wronged, but also failed to provide opportunity for the new. We speak and label ourselves with these 4 words, "In God we trust." And yet, on our seals and currencies, no such actions have been shown of that trust we speak of. If there is no exception or incentive for the young to take responsibility and action against such corruption, then just how guaranteed is this so-called future we all look towards? For is it not a seed that is sown into a ground to grow into a tree and provide fruit and care for all those below it? Our leadership upon the highest of ranks have shown to be faulty and failing, trees that have grown into oversized weeds and thorns. I have been here today to show that I have no intention to back down or conform from such misleading and wrongdoing to those we call our so-called powers. For our power was meant to be in the people, and the consent of the governed, not the abusive and corrupted. For they measure carefully every cent, every bit of data from surveillance, and every piece of information we are fed, and yet fail to prioritize what is actually vital, such as justice, mercy, and faithfulness to all of the innocent, defenseless, and needy across the country. Yet I stand here today in faith, so that perhaps may I not only be the exception for my generation, but that a new seed may be sown for the world me and my peers wish to see. May the power return to what we have wished for, so that we may see far more incentive and ability given back to our children and generations to come for what we have properly wished to establish since the very beginning and creation of what is the United States today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Santana. Do we have any, Madam Clerk, do we have any other registered speakers?
Jose Ozzie.
Front and center, Mr. Ozzie. As always, Jose, name and address for the record, please.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Welcome, Mr. Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Haven't seen you in a very long time. Jose Ozzie, 788 Southeast Park Drive. Yeah, I just want to touch upon the prior speaker. We've always been a conservative community. We got to be careful with like what we call liberal or left wing, come and sell this agenda and all this and that. Just stick to our principles. We're conservative, and we believe in values no matter what they make up. But yeah, I came to talk about Three Friends Park. I'm going to briefly talk about it. Then I want to talk about the importance of the Cultural Affairs Council, because I see you're gonna nominate 3 people for the Cultural Affairs Council. Just real briefly, you heard me a lot of times with Three Friends Park. There was a lot of things that were not true. Mayor Bovo called me many times a liar, and it was not something that was nice to see, but it was the truth. You know, we were told many times that the park was going to be bigger, the park was going to be better. I kept saying, no, they're going to trade a house for a driveway, even though it was called liar, all of it came through. We're going to come this Thursday for the opening. That driveway you see, the reason they had to make it a dog park, because they had to justify why that little space was going to be a dog park. You'll see a driveway right in the middle of it, and they considered that a park. And I show videos of the Cesar Rosati line that the park would always closed, and Deborah Storch saying that the trees won't be cut, whatever. I hope you Barbara Govey, our new city attorney, represented Bovo on this in the ethics, and Alexander represented our Deborah Storch, where they basically said we're unethical. You know, if you're gonna do something, do it, but don't lie to the residents. You know, like they valued the house for $1 million, trading it for a park, when just a year ago, CBS had bought it for $500,000. Just little things to keep in mind that, you know, give the residents the truth. If that was an eyesore, I want to get rid of it. Okay, real briefly, I was on the Cultural Affairs Council. That Councilwoman Monica Perez saved that tree in Three Friends Park because they were going to knock that down. Beautiful tree, and she was very involved. And I want to thank you, Mayor Calvo, because you did come talk to our community. Yeah, the importance of the Cultural Affairs Council. I'm very pleased that you're going to honor 3 people. I was on that council, on that board, and I tried to get them to apply for grants, apply for loans. Just the Cultural Affairs Council gives out $200 million. We only get $20 million. There's also a CBO board that gives away $200 million. We get very little from the county. And on top of that, like Bank of America, Wells Fargo, they donate over $200 million per year to low-income communities. I hope we encourage our board to seek out, because the arts, just because we're considered low income, we have a lot more access to grants that the old board didn't want to do anything. And it was just so frustrating asking them. We even, Councilwoman Perez engineered a meeting that the Cultural Affairs Council came here to give out grants, and the Cultural Affairs Board didn't even show up. So the Cultural Affairs Board had no limits on how much money they could get from private organizations, from county funds, national funds, state funds. And I'm very pleased that you're going to put 3 new members. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, anyone else registered to speak?
Fernie Coipiel.
Just identify yourself in whatever way you'd like.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
I don't subscribe to that, but all right. So we're at the tail end of Black History Month right now. And we recently, on February 17th, we lost one of our great civil rights leaders, Jesse Jackson. I'd like to take a moment of silence for him, if we may, before I continue. Our state offers municipalities and goes ahead and decrees down when flags are to be placed at half staff. However, each municipality also has its own autonomy to be able to add any additional half-staff flag moments. We recently went ahead in the city of Hialeah, had our flags at half-staff for a podcaster, for Charlie Kirk. And we all agree that killing is bad. And we all agree that killing children is really, really bad. So I'd like to possibly propose what could seem as a radical idea, whether it be through ordinance, through resolution, through executive order, that any time in our nation that there is a school shooting and children die, that they at least get the same treatment as a podcaster and that our flag automatically drops to half staff. I think our children deserve at least that. Now that the state didn't do it for Jesse Jackson, a civil rights leader, can we do it for our children? If that's the case, what can we do to move this forward? What is the next step? And that is a question.
We'll take it into consideration, sir. We'll take it into consideration.
And how, so other than through public record here, is there anything that needs to be submitted in writing? And if so, who does it get submitted to so that, again, our flags I'm assuming that we all agree that our children should receive at least the treatment that a podcaster gets, no?
If I may through the chair,
Yes,
or
ma'am.
are we gonna let him
Yes,
run out of
ma'am.
time?
No, it's cool. It's okay. It's okay.
You wanna use your
But yeah,
time?
real quick, just let me know if you can, what needs to happen in order to move this forward? Is there something that needs to be submitted in writing and to who?
You could send something in writing to the clerk's office and she could disseminate it to us.
To you guys. Okay, great.
She'll send it to administration. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Hi, good
Hi, how you
evening.
doing?
I think that that's a great point you bring up. I think all lives matter in that perspective. You're alluding to the Charlie Kirk event, and I could understand how you sit on a different perspective to what Charlie Kirk stood for, and you've made that very clear. So, which I respect your opinion. You have the right of your freedom of speech. But if you're saying if we should respect lives of children during school shootings, I don't think the mayor or anyone up here in the city council would oppose that. And I think that that's an appropriate request on your behalf.
Awesome. I may write, I'm sorry, I don't want to take up any more time, but I may write to you directly to
Yes,
see if you'd like to.
I don't see anyone up here opposing anything.
Awesome.
like that.
Thank you, guys. I
Thank you,
appreciate
sir.
you.
Thank you. Anyone else registered?
No, sir.
Anyone else would like to come up for comments and questions? I think I had one. Hello, ma'am. As a formality, your name and address for the record.
Yes,
And then you
sir.
have 3 minutes.
Jacqueline Gil Barzua. My address is 460 East 23rd Street. Good evening, everyone. I'm Mayor Calvo. Welcome. And the rest of the council members. I am here to hope you're all having an amazing public school week. I myself am a veteran educator, won't say how much. I'm also a proud member of United Teachers of Dade. Hialeah has more than 30 public schools from elementary to K-8 to high school. Our graduation rates in the city of Hialeah ran from 93 to 97%. We have programs ranging from STEM to advanced placement, to bilingual programs, to programs that offer our students a career in college, a future, and an economic stability. I am here to thank you guys. I was at the Jose Marti parade, and I want to thank you for all the acknowledgements that you made to our public schools. They mean a lot to us. Some of our teachers have from 1 to 3 to many degrees. Our students are graduating and going to college and receiving many scholarships. So the city of Hialeah is doing an amazing job. I am here to continue to ask you to invest in our public schools. I've seen a little charter here and charter there. We all know how public school teachers feel about charter, but that's another story. And I want to thank you. Please continue to invest in our public schools. Your presence is felt. We are very thankful. As an American Senior High Public School graduate, go Patriots. Our high schools are basically, as my students say, killing it. So thank you, and please continue to invest in our public schools. And may you all have a wonderful public school week. And if you still know of a teacher or your children have a teacher, this goes to everybody. Today is Tag a Teacher Tuesday. Just send them a little text message. Those little things mean better to us than flowers and candy. All right, thank you. Have a
Thank
great
you.
evening.
Thank you for what you do, Ms. Barbosa. We start with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And for reminding us. Anyone? Thank you again. Any other Did you, Mr. Santana, go ahead, name and address for the record.
5601 West 10th Avenue. Basically, I want to say thank you to your chief of staff, Jose Mayor, because unfortunately, our clerk has continued to be incompetent to clarify certain things regarding public records. He continues to show his professionalism, your chief of staff, Jose, and I do appreciate him giving me transparency and saying, hey, listen, we weren't able to access this, we weren't able to access that. That way, you know, I was arrested 2 days before elections for using a public restroom in a public area in a public library, which is an embarrassment to the police department, but I don't hold it up to them. And the state wants to continue with their nonsense, right? I'm ready to go. I'm ready to fight this head on. But I just wanted to put that on the record that I did ask for a video. And then, Mayor, if we can, that way we can work on bettering things, because they said that it overlaps. Basically, after 30 days, the video starts to overlap itself. If in the future we could try to fix things like that too, because if I had the video and the state had the video, they would have just dropped the charges, especially when the officer has a vendetta against me he tried to put me in federal prison about 14 years ago. And he's also well associated with a certain commissioner that I'm not going to name today, that I'm still trying to put 2 and 2 together. But that's about it for right now. And thank you again, Jose. Continue to do a great work serving our community. And thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I'd just like to add to the record that everything that Mr. Torres advised Mr. Santana, he was told by my staff on numerous occasions in writing.
Duly noted. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Duly noted. Anyone else would like to come up, even if you haven't signed up? You already had your 3 minutes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for having come. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you all. Let's go to item 8, Madam Clerk, please.
The following items have been added to today's agenda: board appointment items 9F, 9G, and 9H. And the proposed ordinance for administrative item 11A has been amended, and a copy of the new ordinance is on the dais for the council's review.
Very good. Item 9, board appointments. Item A, Madam Clerk.
Proposed resolution reappointing Robert Williams III to the Board of Trustees of the Employees General Retirement System as the trustee elected from the membership by a majority vote by the current trustees on the Employees General Retirement System for a 2-year term beginning on March 13, 2026 and ending on March 12, 2028.
The great Bobby Williams. Does anybody have any comment? Are you ready to vote on it? Motion. Pleasure of the
Second.
council. Motion from Councilman Luis Rodriguez, second from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Ms. G. Perez, Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Good appointment. Item B.
Proposed resolution reappointing Javier Morejon as a member of the Beautification Committee for a two-year term beginning on February 24th, 2026, and ending on February 23rd, 2028.
Thank you. Madam Perez, would you like to add something for your nomination? Good man.
He's a wonderful person. I thank you for saying that. Javier has volunteered here in our community. He constantly is a wealth of knowledge. And he really cares. He gives back on his free time. He does it as a gentleman with a good heart. And we're very lucky to have him here in the city of Hialeah with his input that he does in his private sector of his life. So it would be our pleasure and our honor to have him serve on our beautification committee. So if I could have a motion for Javier Morejon.
You will be the first motion,
Second.
and we
Second.
have a second from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Congratulations, Javier. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Item C,
Proposed resolution reappointing Maria Negron Gonzalez to the Veteran Affairs Committee of the City of Hialeah for a two-year term beginning on February 24th, 2026, and ending on February 23rd, 2028.
another good choice. Madam Perez, would you like to?
Um,
expound? Mhm.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Ms. Gonzalez has been part of this board since 22. And she was a pivotal person. That's actually how I met her, in starting this board. It's very close to her heart. Her father served as, a US Army Korean War. Her husband is an Army, veteran. Her brother-in-law was actually killed as, in the Navy against narco trafficking. So her family has given a lot. It's very close to her heart. She was very pivotal in raising funds for our veterans here in the community. She's taken it upon herself to go to visit Lou Wilson, who is part of the Florida Veterans Foundation in Tallahassee, to gather information and resources here in the city. So I think she's excellent for this position. Again, I motion for Ms. Negron Gonzalez.
Motion from Councilwoman.
Second.
Perez. Second from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez.
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Ms. Gonzalez. I don't know if she's here, but thank her for us. Thank you. This is volunteer boards, people. It's like, we're so grateful to have these good people working with us. This is incredible. Item D,
Proposed resolution appointing Alejandra Cortina to the Historic Preservation Board of the City of Hialeah for a three-year term beginning on February 24th, 2026, and ending on February 23rd, 2029.
Mayor, would you like to expound on her? You want us to go to a vote?
No.
Very good. Everybody knows Alexandra, excellent nominee also. Do I have pleasure of the council? Do I-
Motion.
I'll second.
Oh.
Did you motion?
Yes, I'll take the vote.
Councilwoman De La Vega?
Everybody wants to know.
Then, when everybody jump in at the second, did I have a second from Lewis? No, from, second from Councilwoman Monica Perez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Mr. Marrero.
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez.
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega.
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Congratulations, Mr. Medina.
Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you. Item E, please.
Proposed resolution appointing Sophia Cruz to the Cultural Affairs Committee of the City of Hialeah for a two-year term beginning on February 24th, 2026, and ending on February 23rd, 2028.
Good candidate. Ms. Sophia Cruz for Cultural Affairs, pleasure of the council.
Motion.
Second.
Motion from Councilman Luis Gonzalez, second from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Mr. Marrero.
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez.
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega.
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz. I don't know if she's here. Thank you for volunteering for this. Item F.
Proposed resolution appointing Maria Ruiz to the Cultural Affairs Committee of the City of Hialeah for a two-year term, beginning on February 24th, 2026, and ending on February 23rd, 2028.
Thank you. Madam Vice President, would you like to expound on your nominee?
Sure, yes.
Thank you.
So I've met Maria several times, pretty much participating in all of our city events. I think a lot of us might know her. And the Cultural Affairs Board, is tasked with supporting a lot of our initiatives to celebrate Hialeah's history, our heritage, and our artistic expression, right? Our Cultural Affairs Board used to be extremely active, and I really hope that we're able to get that board back up and running to what it used to be. And so I believe Maria will be a great addition to this board.
Thank you. I'll take that as a motion from
Yes.
Council Vice President De La Vega,
Second.
second from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez? Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you to Ms. Maria Reese. Thank you so much. Okay, item G.
Proposed resolution appointing Michael Delgado to the Cultural Affairs Committee of the City of Hialeah for a two-year term beginning on March 9th, 2026, and ending on March 8th, 2028.
I hear he's very, very qualified. Is that correct, Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, he is. I have a
Yes.
motion, but Ms. Councilwoman would like to say a couple of words.
I just
Yes.
also wanted,
Ma'am.
yes, I just wanted to also add, Michael Delgado is very well qualified, extremely active in our community. And I think, again, since we're trying to get this board back to what it used to be and up and running, I think he would be an amazing asset to that board.
Thank you. I agree.
Yeah.
So do we have a motion from Councilman Rodriguez, and I take it as a second from
Yes.
Council Vice President? Very good. Please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you to Michael Delgado. He is very qualified. We're lucky to have him. Thank you. Item H.
Proposed resolution appointing Mike Hidalgo as a member of the Beautification Committee for a two-year term beginning on February 24th, 2026, and ending on February 23rd, 2028.
Mr.
All
President,
right. Yes, sir. That's your nominee.
that's my nominee. Here's another young person. Makes me very proud to see how active the young participation in our community. As a matter of fact, Michael's even up in Day Days in Tallahassee participating with us and going up there and doing some lobbying. So I think he's excellent, and I will request your support for this.
We have a motion from you, and I
Yes.
agree with everything.
Second.
Mike is excellent. Excellent.
Third.
Pleasure of the council.
Gonzalez?
Who uttered a sound? Yes, second from Councilwoman Monica Perez. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
And he's
Motion carries. The item is approved.
You qualify just out of looks alone. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for volunteering to serve. We're gonna love having you. Okay. We're done with the board appointments, so we're going to 10 consent agenda section of the agenda. Does anyone in the dais want to pull any of the consent items?
If I may through the chair,
Yes, ma'am?
if we could pull item Q and item R.
Okay. That's it?
Um, yes.
Yes? Anyone else?
Motion.
Okay,
Through the chair.
yes, well, okay, I understand we have a motion from you, Louis. Okay, hold on.
Just item D, please,
Item D
as in Delta.
for the mayor, D is in Delta. And of course, this is open for public also. Does anyone from the public want to pull and discuss a particular item in consent agenda? Absent anybody from the audience, nothing else from the dais? We have a motion for the remainder of the consent agenda from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. We have one motion. Anyone else?
Second.
Second from Councilman why do you make me sweat it up here? Councilman Luis Rodriguez. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez. Ms. De La Vega.
Yes.
Motion carries. The consent agenda has passed except items Q, R, and D.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please read item D of the consent agenda into the record?
Request permission to award invitation to quote number 2025-26-009 Bucky Dent Dog Park Sidewalk Construction to Eastern Harbor Group Incorporated for the construction and rehabilitation of a sidewalk at Bucky Dent Dog Park and installation of a safe level walkway with proper drainage constructed in accordance with applicable municipal codes and industry standards in a total cumulative amount not to exceed $28,995.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, you have the floor.
I just wanted to take the opportunity to congratulate our amazing Parks and Community Engagement Division, as well as our Construction and Maintenance Division. On Thursday, we're going to be inaugurating the new Three Friends Park with a beautiful dog park ribbon cutting ceremony that's going to be held on Thursday at 11:30 in the morning. Invite all the members of the public, certainly the council. And that'll be at Park Drive and Southeast 8th Court. It's beautiful that we are able to, as a city, as we turn into our 101st year, to be able to basically renew a park completely from scratch. And so this is going to be a beautiful moment of celebration. And then also, the reason I pulled this item specifically is we're not stopping there. We are continuing our efforts in renovating our parks. And this is for Bucky Dent. So they're going to be doing a beautiful dog park there as well in the northeast field. It'll probably be Willie even more beautiful than the one that we're inaugurating now on Thursday. So again, we're kind of in the dog theme right now, but we also have a lot of stuff in the pipeline for pools. We want to make sure our pools are all open in the summer. We have a lot of beautiful and exciting things coming through our park system. So just a moment to congratulate our hardworking Parks and Rec team, and also construction and maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well deserved. Are pets allowed at these events for the dog parks?
You can come. You can come.
I have to lease a dog though. Right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, you can't make a motion, Mayor. Do I have a motion from the dais?
Motion.
Second. What's that? Thank you. Motion from Councilwoman Monica Perez and the second from
Rodriguez.
Councilman Luis Rodriguez. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. There's a lot of dog fans here.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez.
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega.
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please read item G from the consent agenda into the record? Item Q.
Request from Santa Cecilia Catholic Church located at 1040 West 29th Street, Hialeah, Florida, 33012, to host a Palm Sunday procession on Sunday, March 29th, 2026, from 11:30 a.m. to 12 noon, with an expectancy of approximately 300 attendees, subject to the requirements of the police department, the fire department, and the risk management department.
Thank you. Madam Councilwoman, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to make light and welcome the clergy that are here from Santa Cecilia. Welcome, Padre Pedro, for being here. We appreciate it. And it's a beautiful event that you host here in our city. And I hope that we could have the community come out and support your church and support Palm Sunday, which is a beautiful conclusion here to our season of Lent. So thank you so much for being present. And thank you for the work that you're doing here in our community. We appreciate it.
Well said. Thank you, Madam Councilwoman. That's
A
a
motion.
tradition. That's a tradition here. It's fantastic.
How many years have you done this already, Padre Pedro?
Oh, began last year because it was very hard to do before. We have a parish, but also we have a Catholic seminary where we have 44 seminaries.
But it was beautiful last year. It was very big for being the first time. Beautiful. Well, I wish you lots of success. So I have a motion on this item.
Second.
Yes. Motion from Councilwoman Monica Perez. Did somebody else?
Second.
Second from Council Vice President De La Vega. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zagli?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read item R into the record.
Proposed resolution authorizing the mayor, his designee, and the city clerk as a testing witness on behalf of the city to enter into an agreement with Thomas Reuters Corporation, West Publishing Corporation, a copy of which is attached here to as Exhibit A for a term of 5 years beginning on February 25th, 2026 and ending on February 24th, 2031, providing for a monthly payment of $3,616 for the first year with an annual 6% increase each subsequent year for a total cumulative amount not to exceed $244,604.88 over the 5-year term as provided for herein, granting access to attorneys and staff in the city's office of the city attorney to West Publishing Corporation's select database of legal publications for the purpose of conducting legal research and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Councilwoman. You have the
Thank
floor.
you, Madam Attorney. I just had a few questions upon this contract. So we've engaged with,
If I may,
It-
just for the record is clear, we do have a
Oh, we have somebody?
representative from Westlaw that is present,
Wonderful.
Matt Birch, and he's also available to answer any questions.
wonderful, thank you for that. So we've had a contract with them over the past 19 years, right? And what did that previous contract, what was that like? Was it a 5-year contract? What was the cost of the professional services? And additionally, did it also have that included 6% increase if we did have that written into the contract prior?
Yes, we have had a contract with Westlaw for a number of years. As you all know, Westlaw is a tool that all attorneys use in order to conduct legal research, in order to check precedents that have been set by the court that are binding oftentimes on our jurisdiction. And about 2 or 3 years ago, we had renegotiated that contract and we actually got a lower price than we had had in previous years. However, now we've actually expanded this contract to include additional services, and that being the use of generative AI for attorneys. We don't want attorneys in the office of the city attorney relying, for example, on ChatGPT, other types of generative AI tools that laypersons rely on, because oftentimes they're not accurate. So Westlaw has this built-in feature that actually checks for accuracy, and the representative could speak to that. But I think that that is something essential to the city and also to members of the law department that we'll be utilizing and it'll be to our advantage.
So the AI is just to do research. It's not to write actual legislation because that's against the ethics.
That's correct.
Okay.
We do have a
Sorry.
citywide, oh, pardon.
Sorry to interrupt here. So I actually did a mayoral memo a few weeks ago, went out citywide, and we're one of the first cities to do it, which is a policy on AI. The reason for that is even I, as mayor, have been receiving work product from some of our departments that are very clearly done on ChatGPT. It's becoming a real problem. The court system is also similarly getting inundated by filings that are done using ChatGPT or other AI softwares. And so essentially, we put out a memo saying, look, we're not against you using AI, but if you're going to do it, there's certain things that you need to follow. Number one, you need to register using your city email address, and that's for public record purposes, because anything that you type into this chat box is a public record. Number two, you can't delete your chats. And number three, if you are going to submit a work product using ChatGPT, you need to disclose it. You need to disclose, hey, I use this software, what have you, and you have to verify the accuracy of the information that the software spits out. So that's the policy that we've created. Obviously, any employee is subject to that policy. If they don't follow the policy and we catch them, then obviously there's going to be consequences for that. So you understand what this is. There's basically a monopoly on the legal market. There's two big companies, LexisNexis and then Westlaw. Westlaw is the one that the cities use. It's very common for governments, municipalities to use Westlaw. And so basically we're renewing the contract with them for the 5 years. But now as part of that, they're also adding the AI feature. And the good thing about Westlaw's AI feature is that it pulls directly from the cases that are in the Westlaw system, not like ChatGPT that just goes out into the internet and will pull from anything. So that's where you're seeing those issues. But essentially, we're paying the same amount. We're just doing so with additional features of the AI. And that's going to be a benefit because obviously we want to operate the city efficiently as possible. The amount of workload that Barbara is getting, especially from my office, has increased dramatically. So this is going to maintain costs low. And again, it's not an additional cost, but basically an additional service that we're getting with the renewal. So in an essence, you know, that's what it's going to be. The city attorneys are still subject to the AI policy that we put out. They have to verify the information, and obviously they have to certify if they're using it. They have to certify to us as a city that they're using it, and they would have to certify to the court if it's a court filing that they're using it, so that everybody is following the rules.
Yeah, I don't think that changes the state mandated ethics, because I took the training already. And it's the same as what we've enforced here in the city. I don't think it's anything different than what the state is mandating. But you said that we renegotiated the contract 2 years ago. So it wasn't a 5-year contract?
I have, in regards to the price, back in 2021, and Matt, Mr. Birch, you could correct me if I'm wrong, you're free to come to the podium if you so wish. In 2021, the contract price was on an annual basis, $48,533.52. In 2022, it was $49,018.92. And then in 2025, after we had renegotiated different scopes of services and things to that effect, added features, including the number of attorneys, that annual rate was $50,504. I believe it's because of the added features that at the end of the day made up for that difference, correct?
So now,
But we
now we're
don't
down
need-
to 43,000.
And now it's down to, thank you, Mayor, and now that is the estimated cost on
Okay,
an annual basis.
So they don't meet like an annual billed hours, and then from there they assess and they charge us more. It's written into the contract as many
It's-
times as we
it's like-
seek their services.
It's
Right?
licenses, essentially. So it's usage licenses.
We're not billed by the hour. For example, I could be on Westlaw for 3 hours a day as opposed to one of my colleagues that may be on for 5 minutes. We're just basically
For the
billed a
service.
flat
Got
rate.
it. All right. Yeah, that
for
was my
usage.
concern. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for that. So I'll motion to approve.
We have a motion from
Second.
Councilwoman Perez. We have a second from Councilwoman Councilman Gonzalez. I apologize. One moment before we take the roll, so we can, Madam Attorney, so we don't get the 300 books a year per attorney anymore. It's all digital now, huh? Westlaw is the gold standard which most law firms and municipalities use. It is a necessary, not evil, it is a necessary tool. They're the Westlaw. So no, everything is digital now, huh?
That's correct.
Do you collect all the expired books? You have them at home?
We still have them in the law
I know,
department, so you
yeah.
can always come by and grab a book.
They
and
make
smell
great
the cover.
backgrounds for pictures of lawyers.
Next to the
Very good.
Encyclopedia Britannica.
Oh my God, these are monsters. Okay, so we have two motions on the table here. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez.
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega.
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. We now move on to the administrative items of the agenda. Madam Clerk, please read item A into the record.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance amending Chapter 2 entitled Administration, Article 2, Departments, Offices, and Divisions. Division 7, Human Resources Department. Division 8, Finance Management Department. Division 9, Grants and Human Services. Division 10, Community Development Department. Division 13, Parks and Community Engagement Department. Division 17, Risk Management Department. Division 19, Department of Public Libraries of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Hialeah, specifically by collapsing the Risk Management Department into the Human Resources Department as a division and renaming the Human Resources Director to Chief Human Resources Officer, renaming the Executive Director of Finance Management to Chief Financial Officer, collapsing the Department of Public Libraries into the Parks and Community Engagement Department as a division, creating a Special Events Department, collapsing the Grant and Human Services Department within the Community Development Department as a division, providing for a severability clause, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date.
Can you read that again, Madam Clerk? No, just kidding. This item is on second reading, open for any comments or questions. Did you have something? Go ahead, sir. Identify yourself.
Hi,
and have
good
us
evening
for the record
again.
Thank you.
Sorry. Jose Alzi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. Yeah, Mayor, I don't mean to say that this is done intentional, but I've read this 5 times. It's very confusing. And like one of the prior administration, they would do administrative orders that nobody would understand. I go back to 3 Furnace Park when they didn't put addresses, they put lot, this and that, nobody understood. I understand there's an amendment made, but we're not told of the amendment. This is a huge change in our departments, and I don't fully understand it. I hope like some video presentation or something. I know like when we gave away Bucky Dam Park, that they came making amendments, and we didn't have access to the amendments. We weren't even told, like the community of Bucky Dam still don't know they're losing the park. But just the part of like the special events department was always under Parks and Recreation, and it always was for Parks and Recreation until Robina, Carlos Hernandez, and Bovo changed it to be a political department, advertising political events. I just hope that goes back into Parks and Recreation, and if you could, you don't have to, if you could explain what's gonna happen to the Park and Recreation Department and how the Special Events Department, and this is really confusing. I mean, for the average person, I know other people read this. If you want, if you could clarify that, I'll appreciate it.
Sure. I kind of went over it a little bit last on first reading, and basically, you know, the purpose of this is to create a lot of efficiency. It's, you know, very similar to what other cities our size are doing. Essentially, what we've had for a long time is we've had all these directors, you know, basically leading these departments, but the department ends up being just 3 or 4 people. And so what we're doing is we're streamlining and cutting down the number of direct reports to my office. It's going to make it a lot more manageable to run the city. Where I had under the current system 17 direct reports with an additional 10 secondary reports. Now I'm going to limit myself to having 10 direct reports and create a lot more of these secondary reports. So when we talk about human resources, for example, we're consolidating that umbrella. So human resources is now going to be retirement, risk, and HR. It's all one umbrella led by a chief human resources officer, which is still Elsa, but she basically gets that title that sort of focuses the 3 divisions that she's going to lead. Same thing for finance. So we had a director of finance, an executive director of finance, and then a finance director. I mean, it just made no sense. It was 3 people with the same title. So we create the position of chief financial officer. That is the #1 person. That is the person that reports to me, and that person oversees the 3 divisions, which is the finance division, the budgeting division, and the purchasing division. When we move on to parks. So again, at some point, as I've been told the history, parks had parks, library, recreation, all of that was one thing. And then over time, it got split up. So we're just bringing that back together. There'll be a chief recreation officer, right? Which is Willie Sanchez. He will lead sort of the big umbrella, which is library, parks and recreation, and education and community services. So those 3 departments are all under his sort of purview. Let's see what else. In regards to special events, you know, I think special events is by the nature of how quickly they have to put together an event. It feels like it's a little bureaucratic to throw them so deep away. So the special events is being pulled out, and it'll be kind of how it was before, which is more in line with communications and special events aspect of the thing. I think that's pretty much it. There's a few that we're going to bring back on a different ordinance. Oh, sorry. Then there's the community development. So this is an important one. Community development is sort of the big umbrella, which is planning and zoning, building tax, building department, code enforcement. And then we're also throwing housing and community services, because again, they deal with the community sort of on that aspect. So everything that has to do with development or has to do with, you know, helping people through rent assistance, all these things that are related, interconnected, will be in that umbrella of community development. So again, the goal of this is to streamline, to make things a lot more efficient, and also to make sure that there's better oversight over all of these departments.
And through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Just for clarification, as to the change from first reading to second reading, the only change had to do with the title of the director of basically Parks and Recreation. As the reason our code now is a director. And the change in the ordinance, it is gonna be renaming that position to Chief Recreation Officer. So in my legal opinion, council members, that is not a substantive change from first reading to second reading. That's just a title change.
And through the chair,
Yes, sir.
I just want to say this is more a model of a private sector instead of the bureaucratic system that we've seen in governments overloaded with a lot of information. You're retired, and I'm sure whenever you needed something, I mean, the first thing that I thought of in the private sector is human resources. Instead of risk management, you go here and you go there. It's like you myself, every time I called, I go straight to human resources whenever I need something. So just looking for efficiencies. And I think, I had that conversation with the mayor. I thought it was great and thought it was brilliant on his part to be able to do that and be more efficient, but nothing's changing in the city itself. It's just more efficiencies towards him. And I think it's going to lead to better outcomes for all of us.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Who's going to be leading the oversight for the Community Development Department?
So there's no specific point person. It's just that they're all grouped together so that they can have more conversations, more communications amongst themselves. A lot of the complaints that we hear are, hey, I got the approval, let's say in zoning, to pick one, but it got stopped in building, or it started great in building tax, but then, there was a hiccup somewhere else. So we want all these 4 or 5 divisions essentially to have better communication, and they're all wrapped around the idea that you're here to help push projects forward.
I love that you gave that example because that's exactly where I was going with this. So given that this department has the most complaints in that exact scenario that you gave, I think that this is the department that needs a lead person the most compared to any other department. I think this is the one that we need to focus on, to have one lead person that's like the case manager, the social worker, the check department, where they go in and they do a little checklist, because everyone that's sitting up here knows that they'll go to one department, they're told they have to do X, Y, and Z, and then they come back and they were told, oh no, I didn't know I had to do this. Now I'm at fire, now I have to start all over. So that's a big complaint that we all get. And I'm sure that you gave the perfect scenario. I know that you've heard it. So I think that that's something to consider, not someone to oversee these departments per se, not some building runs, code and compliance, business tax, but someone that's a liaison to the community. Like one-stop shop. Come with your papers. This is your checkpoint. This is what you're missing. And I think a lot of us take those calls, and that was a scenario that I gave you, us not having access to Tyler, not being able to punch in that address. I have to call all these poor people and drive them crazy and tell them, hey, can you look this up for me? Which part of the case is missing?
So one of the items we approved today was the Tyler renewal. I forget what letter it was now, but basically, here it is, letter L. So letter L is the creation of the Tyler 311 program, which we spoke about, I think, at some point, which is essentially just what you're saying, a way for people to be able to input. And not only will your council aide be able to input when you get those complaints, but this software is going to be great because it's going to link directly to our city's website. So if you have a constituent that wants to just type it in themselves online, they will be able to do so, and it'll automatically go into the system, and the system will then dispatch it to the appropriate department. So it can already start getting handled. So it eliminates a lot of the kind of middlemen.
Right.
So that's already in the works. And then, we talked to Ricky, and you should be able to get that up and running very soon.
But I think that to be efficient and to serve the community, I think having an office that's meant for all these departments, for businesses to sit there, for someone that wants to put up a fence, or anyone, they want to do a checklist. This is what you have. Maybe if we have one person that's knowledgeable in all these areas, or maybe could walk them over, or look it up on the program for them. and see
Yeah.
what they're missing. I think that the community needs that, and this is a great opportunity that you've created these divisions, and I think it would shine.
Thank
It
you.
would.
Thank you.
Motion, anybody else?
I have another question, if you don't mind. Additionally,
sir?
these directors that are now assuming additional job descriptions, are they also going to be changing their salary? Are they getting any kind of increase now for more responsibility?
Yeah,
Um,
we've been dealing with these issues. So yeah, some people have been bumped, others haven't, right? It depends on some of this changes are changes in paper, but they've already been doing the function. Others, obviously if it's an additional function, we understand that and they get that bump. So it's on a case by case basis.
Okay. And for example, let's say in the libraries, if now the library director wants to pass or purchase an item, does she now need to seek the director's permission before she does that? Now, is that gonna like make her, I haven't spoken to her, so I'm just using her as an example. So
Sure.
it's easier, I'm sorry, Giselle. But does that then now, make this process longer in order for her to do her job? Does she need
So
approval?
with Workday, it streamlines all that. So I'm the top of everybody's Workday approval chart. So I basically see everything because it all comes to me at the end. It's very quick. So somebody, let's say you want to purchase something, there'll be a cost manager. That person will basically begin the process of purchasing the good. From there, it'll go to their supervisor. Their supervisor will just click approve. It's a quick thing. It shows up on their cell phone even. And then from there, it'll get kicked up to that person's supervisor, which is typically the director of the department. So in your case specifically that you're mentioning, for the library, yes, there would be an additional approval, which would have to go to the chief recreation officer, which would be Willie, in that specific scenario. And then from there, it would go then to me, ultimately to do the final approval. And then through there, it's also layered that it goes to the CFO to make sure that it meets all the budgetary requirements. So yes, to answer your question specifically, it would be an extra task, but again, it's so fast now with Workday that we can approve something within an hour. It goes through. It wasn't like before where you had all the paperwork that it would take very long to get something approved.
Thank you. And is that something that we're gonna be able to have access to, the Workday, to see those files? Is there a way of giving
I
the
think,
council access to that?
yeah, I don't know. I don't have a problem with you having access to the file. I just don't know because you have to get set up in a role. So you understand Workday has two parts. There's an employee management part, which is basically like how you get paid, how you, get your vacation days, your health benefits, all that information. So that's sort of the employee side. Then there's sort of a management side, which is, again, all these approvals of POs and things of that nature. You basically have to have a role in the system to be able to view it. I guess. I don't know, unless you did a public record request, I guess, and somebody would have to print out their screen or something like that. But yeah, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if you guys have access to the employee side. I think that would be the easiest one to be set up.
What makes it difficult is when we have all these softwares and all these programs that we have to approve up here as a council, but then we don't have access to playing with it or understanding how it works. Or if they tell us we did this on this program, it's Chinese because we don't have access to it. So just for the sake of having like fluid conversation and understanding.
Yeah, there's these training programs that basically show you how it works and it walks you through how the whole software is. It's like candidly, it's like 4 hours, but we can definitely send that to you and that'll give you a really good understanding of how it works and what all the different features are. And it's kind of like interactive a little bit. So I think that would probably be the best.
Is that a Ricky question? Is there a view only on Workday?
Ricky, do they have?
There
they
is
have an
a
employee?
voyeur profile.
No rush, Ricky.
So that's a complicated answer. Yes, there is view only to certain information. We'd have to see how far we can go with that. But yes, there is view only for all intents and purposes.
But do they have an employee portal for their pay and stuff?
For theirs, yes.
They do?
No,
Okay.
we don't clock in.
You don't clock in.
No, we don't have.
But you get paid through Workday, so
Right.
there is a profile for you.
But does anyone know?
We have access.
But have you gone in?
Yeah, you can go in and get it.
But you don't put your
records
hours. You don't.
But you don't
accept
have,
anything.
you don't have,
Yeah, you don't accept anything, so.
but you can view your pay stubs, you can view
Yeah,
your.
you got all
So
your.
maybe send the councilwoman her login info, whatever, so she can get in there.
You may have gotten it when you just got
Yeah,
elected.
the onboarding, they give it to you. through
Right.
The onboarding process.
We'll walk you through it.
Yeah, that's it. So you only view the pay stub, is what they're saying. That's it.
For the most part, yes.
Yeah.
The employee portal for the rest of the city would be to request time off, to
Right.
any expenses, items like that.
It's cool because at least if you have that, you'll be able to get on the app and you'll be able
Right.
to like log in and see how the alerts were. There's more tabs than just the pay stub. There's like five or six tabs that you can mess around with.
Okay, thank you.
No
Ricky,
problem.
just for the record, name and address. Employee.
Ricardo Suarez, CIO, 501 Palm Avenue.
Thank you, sir. I have a question. So now that the chief recreation officer has a lot more responsibility, this new position, so Willie Sanchez will not be a part-timer anymore? It's gonna be full-time?
It's actually getting a pay cut.
All right, good for you.
It's fine.
Any other comments from the dais?
No, that's it.
Would anyone, do I
Motion
have a
to approve,
motion on this?
Mr. President.
I'll
Yes, you
second.
did. Motion from Councilman Gonzalez and
I'll second.
second from Councilwoman Monica Perez. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. G. Perez,
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Item B, please, Madam Clerk.
First reading of proposed ordinance repealing and rescinding Hialeah ordinance number 2018-107, granting a special use permit to allow the expansion of the neighborhood business district regulations to a property located in an activity node pursuant to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, section 98-1630.8, for the sitting of a residential care and treatment facility with 38 beds on the third floor, and granting a variance permit to allow 80% of the residential units with less than 850 square feet, where a maximum of 10% of the units can have a minimum area of 850 square feet. Allow front setback of 7 feet where 10 feet built to line is the minimum required, and allow 196 parking spaces where 408 parking spaces are required. Contrary to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, sections 98-1630.2, 98-2189, subsections 7 and 16A, and 98-1630.3, subsection E1, property located at 7,000 West 12th Avenue, Hialeah, Zone C2, Liberal Retail Commercial District, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Planning and zoning, Claudia, please. Thank you.
This ordinance is basically to terminate the zoning entitlements for this property. This property got what is called a special use permit in 2018, and they have not submitted applications to move this project forward. The lobbyist has been notified, and nobody has requested an extension since then.
This is the Orcasita.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ambitious, beautiful project, but it got off, yeah. Any questions?
Yeah.
Caesar, are you the lobbyist for them? Yeah, you were.
Yes,
registered.
good evening, Cesar Master with offices at 8105 Northwest 155th Street, Miami Lakes, Florida. This is Dr. Orcasita. This is that project back then. I spoke to him. Unfortunately, the economics didn't work out. Something that he thought was going to be 20 million is now 70-something million.
Mhm.
So he's okay with the rescinding of the approval.
Thank God. So nothing's happening. That means nothing's happening. Yeah. We approved a project, a big ambitious project in 18, but it expires. If they don't develop it, it expires, and that's what we're doing here.
Which is a good thing. So we need a
The
motion.
Special use is gone. Yeah, this is a motion.
Happy motion.
Motion from Councilman Rodriguez, Luis Rodriguez, second from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for March 10th, 2026 at 5:30 PM.
Thank you. Item C, Madam Clerk.
First reading of proposed ordinance amending Chapter 70 entitled Retirement and Pensions, Article 7, entitled Elected Officials, Division 1, entitled Generally of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Hialeah, specifically by amending the composition of the Oversight Committee by replacing the Division Director of Budget and Finance with Budget Administrator, providing for a severability clause, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Item C is on first reading. Does anyone have any questions for administration? Retirement Division on item C? Otherwise, pleasure of the council.
Motion to approve.
Second. We have a motion from Councilman Gonzalez, Luis Gonzalez, second from Councilman Luis Rodriguez. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. M. Perez, Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez,
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega. Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for March 10th, 2026 at 5:30 PM.
Are we done with administrative items?
One more item, sir. Oh.
Item D, please read into the record. This is the important one.
First reading of proposed ordinance approving and adopting the distribution of a seniors homeowners relief stimulus check for the city of Hialeah, Florida senior residents for fiscal year 2026, providing for purpose, eligibility, stimulus check administration, funding allocation, and oversight, providing for implementation, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for conflict and severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. So, first of all, I mean, I said it in our first council meeting, but obviously Pedro is our CFO. He's doing a great job. And the very first conversation I had with him was, I made this big promise to eliminate taxes for over 65, and it's your job to make sure it happens. So he's been working diligently in the past month. And in less than 45 days, we're able to bring this proposal to the residents. He's going to go in all the details and answer any questions, but in a nutshell, so residents understand what's going on, we are able to do this without cutting any services. We're able to do this without raising a tax somewhere else. We've been able to identify efficiencies within our operations. One of those efficiencies was very, very big, which is by prepaying some of the necessary payments for the pension plan. We've able to have over $1 million in savings. That same money is being directly applied to completely fund, 100% fund this program. Once approved, if it's approved here today, just to be clear, 21% of our residents in the city of Hialeah will pay no tax in the city, 21%. That is a very, very satisfactory number because we are helping a lot of people. There'll be over 6,500 families in our city that are going to be directly benefited from this program. And again, to be clear, without cutting any services and without raising fees anywhere else, we've been able to do this in less than 45 days. So that's a huge testament, not only to the administration, but to Pedro specifically. Thank you for your help, and please, along with your presentation.
Pedro, name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor. Pedro de Faria, Interim Chief Financial Officer, 501 Palm Avenue. So tonight, I am proud to present to you the City of Hialeah's Senior Relief Check Program. As the mayor alluded to previously, during our first conversation when we first met and when he came to office, not when he first met, when I became the interim CFO, he said to me, we need to take care of the seniors. And this program is a result of all those conversations. Next slide. I don't think it's working. Thank you. So the goal of this program is essentially to ensure that seniors in Hialeah are able to afford and maintain their homes. Next slide. How we're going to do it is basically by providing a direct relief check to Hialeah seniors to offset their property tax bill. Next slide, please. So currently in Hialeah, we have essentially two groups of seniors that benefit from some sort of senior exemption. The first group, Group A, is your a group of seniors that benefit from an exemption called the Low Income Senior Citizen Exemption. Now, this group of seniors, they get $50,000 off the assessed value of their home on top of the $50,000, the standard standard homestead exemption most property owners benefit from. Now, if a senior in this group has a home that is assessed at less than $100,000, they will essentially pay no taxes to the city of Hialeah. Now, if their home is assessed at 150, 200, 250,000, they're basically going to pay the difference to the city. Now, the second group, Group B, has a benefit called the Long-Term Resident Senior Citizen Exemption. This exemption has additional requirements such as a 25-year residency, as well as the first year of the residency, the home has to be valued at less than $250,000. And this group pays no taxes to the city of Hialeah. Next slide, please. So the problem is that the long-term resident senior exemption does not reflect today's reality. And essentially what we have here is two groups of seniors that are very similar but are facing different financial burdens. One group has pretty much a tax-free status, while the other one has the financial burden of paying their property taxes to the city. Next slide, please. So just to talk a little bit more about the first exemption I was alluding to, the low-income senior citizen exemption. This is the first level, the one with the least requirements and have the most number of beneficiaries. The requirements for this exemption is essentially you must have a homestead exemption. You must be 65 years or older as of January 1st of that tax year. And you must have an adjusted household income of $37,694 for 2025. And the reason I mentioned 2025 is we're referring to the 2025 tax year, which is currently what a homeowner, the taxes they're paying right now, or they started paying in November. As I said previously, if you do benefit from this exemption, your taxable value would be lower by $50,000, excuse me, your assessed value, but it does not eliminate your taxes entirely. And the total number of residents that benefit from that is 5,194. Next slide, please. So here is an example, real-world example of what we have here, right? So let's say you have a 68-year-old senior who's been living in that home for 20 years. If this senior were to apply for a homestead exemption, they would qualify for the standard senior exemption, the $50,000 rate. But they would be denied the long-term senior exemption because they do not meet the 25-year residency. And if this senior was to have a home valued at $200,000, they would essentially pay the city $630 for that taxes. And how you get to that number is your $200,000 minus your first $50,000 homestead exemption, your additional $50,000 for having the senior exemption, multiplied times the city's current millage rate divided by 1,000. Next slide, please. So the solution we're proposing with this program is to basically issue a check for the entire amount that senior with the senior exemption paid to the city of Hialeah back to them, essentially bridging the gap that was created by the outdated long-term senior exemption. And as a result, you have a net zero city tax burden for that senior. Next slide, please. Here's a little information about the population that will be affected. It'll be a total number of homes with that exemption right now is 5,141. If you add the group of seniors that already pay no taxes to the city, the long-term senior resident, it equates to 6,635. So essentially, and as the mayor alluded to at the beginning of this, 21% of our homesteaded residents do not pay or will not pay any property taxes to the city of Hialeah. Next slide, please. So what's the cost of this program? Well, a couple weeks ago, we reached out to the Office of the Tax Collector and we asked them for basically our entire tax roll and how much taxes were paid by our residents and how much taxes are still owed. The number that came back to us is approximately $1.2 million. And as you can see from the slide, around a little over $1 million has already paid their tax debt, while 131,799 still are outstanding. So what we're asking for here and what the mayor's project program is to essentially give back the entire amount for not only the folks who paid property taxes, but for those who owed as well. And part of the ordinance is a budget appropriation of the $1.2 million cost. Next slide, please. So the big question is how we're going to pay for it, right? So every year, the city of Hialeah budgets something called the annual required contribution to the pension plan. This is a number that's provided to the city by a third-party actuary, basically what we're required to fund the pension. Now, rest assured, we are not touching anybody's pension benefits. We're not doing anything whatsoever. What we're doing rather is a plan that the mayor has approved and we already enacted, which we, due to our strong cash position, we are going to front load a lot of those payments in advance, essentially yielding a savings of 1.2 million or greater. So another way to explain this, let's say you have a mortgage or credit card debt. By you paying off that credit card debt in advance, you're essentially going to save on interest in the long run. And by paying our city annual required contribution, which we budgeted every dollar, every penny, by paying most of it up front because we have a strong cash position, we're going to be able to fully fund this program. Next slide, please. So in essence, this program will be a net zero cost to the city, and it will result in no reduction in city services, and yet we'll be able to help out one of our most vulnerable populations. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer it.
Thank you. Don't go away, Pedro. Questions?
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. This is obviously is something that I think is great and much needed for our seniors. Pedro, I have a question because as many of you know, right, back in October, we spent many nights back and forth, and we were trying to provide relief to our residents at that time. And so I just kind of want to make sure that we put it out there for our residents is how come back in October, when we were fighting for a $200 check and it didn't pass, how does this now work out? Can you just kind of explain that?
Sure. Well, when the mayor approached me for this initiative, we basically started discussing, okay, what can we do and how can we pay for it? And just myself consulting with my team and just researching different ways we could save money, we found that there is this way, this unique way of even though we have to budget the 39.4 million, we're going to save on the interest in the long run. So at the same time, we couldn't necessarily reduce the budget at the time, but we're still going to benefit from this. That's
a very political answer to say that the previous people sucked. Pedro's a lot better, and the previous administration just, obviously they weren't as efficient as we're able to do it. So we've totally revamped our finance team, our budget team. We have very, very confident professionals now, and this is the result.
Yep. And I'll say, congratulations on being able to, figure this out. I will say, although I wish every resident, right, would be able to get a relief, which is something we really fought hard for and weren't successful, at least, 6,500 families hopefully will be getting this. But thank you. I just wanted to really understand because we all know that was a tough couple of months during budget process.
A lot of pressure is being placed in Tallahassee now, so they hope that what they do or what they pass will not affect us in the cash situation in the future. So they hope that there will be a well-balanced, and I'm not sure coming from Tallahassee if it will be, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think this is a model for other cities to adopt, certainly even the state, right? As they're having all these conversations of what the path forward is for property taxes, I think the most middle ground approach is to give the relief to the people that need it the most. We could all use more cash in our pocket, but we're not going to die, working professionals. But a senior, yeah, it does affect their bottom line tremendously because they're on a fixed pension. And so that's why the relief is targeted to them. And I think that's really the path forward in this property tax space.
So, through the chair, Pedro, so hopefully your interim title is not too short. I'm sorry. So thank you. Appreciate that. We had our debates. Everybody had a good intentions last year, and we're just not giving the money away to not providing everybody. We actually provided people that really need it. And like the mayor said, $700 can make a difference of somebody's elderly insurance payment, which is having a hard time. And the good thing is we're not affecting anything, any building, roads, or anything like that was presented to us. So thank you for the administration. Thank you very much. And I'm emotional, guys. I don't know.
If I may, through the chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you done, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So I just walk me back a little bit because my concern is kind of what Councilman Gonzalez just said. in the future, we're very in limbo right now with how this tax roll will develop, right? So that bucket of where this money is coming from, is that from money that we have received through the taxes? Tell me again the bucket that.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, yes, these are general fund dollars. So these are ad valorem property tax dollars. We're just basically finding a creative way with, thanks to a strong cash position. If you don't have the proper cash flow and cash management, you won't be able to do this program. But because we could do it, we presented this to the mayor and he's like, if you're good with it, I'm good with it. And we already started that. So we're already going to benefit from this savings of just the upfront payments.
But so the total is 1.9.
1.2.
1.2?
Yeah.
1.2. And we're throwing a Hail Mary, hoping that our taxes, this topic that's on there is not going to go through.
If I may,
right?
Pedro, if I may to say
Wait a minute,
something.
wait a minute, wait a minute. Jose, hold on.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like,
We're hoping that we get this tax roll. If we don't, you mentioned that this is coming through the pensions and the retirement fund?
It's the funding associated with that, with the pension, with the annual required contribution, but it doesn't affect any single like dollar of the actual pension itself. We're just, because we're paying it up front, it yields an interest savings. So time value of money, right? Just paying your credit card in advance. It's just, because of that, our pension plan doesn't require us to pay the entire 39.4 million, just whatever the savings will be, let's say 38.2.
So walk me through the worst case scenario that the taxes, this rule is passed, we don't receive ad valorem. What happens to this bucket? God forbid, just walk me through the worst case scenario of that.
So this is aside from this program, right? You're saying in general?
In general,
Because this program is a
bucket.
one-time, unless the mayor,
With this one time. with
Sure.
This one time.
nothing, because so what's happening at the state level is what you're referring to?
Yes.
That wouldn't happen until 2 budget cycles from now.
So then we would still make up the 1.2.
Yes, you're going to benefit from that 1.2 regardless, based off the payment schedule we're doing for these funds.
Maybe I can help.
Mhm.
And
Remember, so we're going off 2025 figures. You always
Yeah.
are 1 year behind, right? So the numbers that we have and what we're going to receive, all of that is set in stone. And that was in the budget that was approved by the council back in September of last year. So the only thing that's happened is we budgeted, hey, we have to spend, let's say, roughly $40 million on our pension payment, right? For the budget that we're in right now. We have to spend about $40 million. What was done previously is that they would basically say, okay, every month we're going to cut a check for 4 million, and that's going to be 10 months of checks. But the money's budgeted, it's already there. We know we have to spend the 40 million. We have to spend it because those are all our pension obligations. So instead of doing, hey, equal payments of $4 million, because we had so much cash already in the system, we can say, hey, we're going to upfront and we're going to pay these people 20 million now and 20 million at the end of the fiscal year. By doing so, we saved $1.2 million because you don't have all the interest that's accruing throughout the year.
Right.
So in essence, right, I think your question, and which is valid, like moving forward, how does this work? Well, because every single year we still have to have the same pension requirement of having to make this amount of money. Basically, it's just reoperating how we think and how we move money in the city.
And what is the minimum value that we must keep in that account before we get any penalty?
You're saying the city's general operating account, there is no minimum value, but we have a very, very conservative amount in there. There's no required amount in that account.
I thought we had a penalty if we went under it.
No,
Not in that account.
not in that account.
Okay.
And we have, are you, you're probably referring to the fund balance reserve.
Fund balance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we're probably 2 to 3 times the minimum requirement. Of fund, this doesn't touch fund balance
Right.
because we are touching with the budget appropriation. We're saying, hey, let me just use these 1.2 million, which will be immediately replenished with the savings yielded from this prepayment of the pension contribution.
Okay. And then take me back to the slide that you said that there's, and I believe it was what, 5,141
Mhm.
that have paid their taxes and 1,000 that haven't?
The total population of the group of seniors that we're targeting is the first, like the lower level senior exemption, right? The 50,000. That group is 5,141 seniors in there. However, I would say that not everyone in that group pays any property taxes. If you have an assessed value of less than $100,000, because of the first 50,000 and the additional senior 50,000, you're already going to pay no taxes to the city because your taxable value is below your total exemption.
So the total number would be?
So the total number of seniors that would directly benefit from a check is 2,226.
That would receive 630 and 18.
So the average payment to those folks will be $539.
What's the 630.18?
That was
just an example.
That was just an
So
example.
not everybody gets the same check. It's based on what they owe. If they owe 630, they get a check for
Right.
630. If they owe 550, they get it for 550.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you repeat the amount again? 500 and what?
$539.25 is the average.
Did you have a question, Mr. Gonzalez? You had a question? Because you
No,
spoke when I was. speaking.
sorry to interject, and I
Yeah.
apologize. No, what I wanted to explain is that I thought there was a lot of conversation. It's through an interest payment, because my first interest too, when I was informed about this, was like, what's going to happen in the state? But this is besides the point. First of all, it's administratively, not like in the past when we have lowered the millage rate, which I think has been a mistake in the past, and then nobody's willing to raise taxes, which is nobody wants to raise the taxes on anybody here in the community. But doing it administratively, I totally agree with it. And then we'll see where we're at next year and depending what happens with the state. But in this case, in itself, it's like, it's not costing us. It's a savings through interest that we're not going to accrue by putting that large sum of $20 million into the retirement account. In the past, when I was here, we were struggling. It wasn't the same amount of income that we received. And we were just nickel and diming it little by little. And then the interest kept accumulating, which is even losses towards the end. So in this case, being able to put, $20 million up front, that's how you found the savings and interest alone. So it's not costing us, it's just some savings by being able to front that money up front.
Bless you.
Bless you.
I think it's great. I think, I concur. I think that there was a lot of back and forth, and I think this is the highest number that we were able to achieve, because I think prior to this, it was only 200, 300 that anybody agreed on landing on. So I think it's wonderful. It's disappointing that it's only 2,000 people, because I think that was we wanted to offer everyone relief, right? So I don't know if maybe with this, maybe we could discuss
So
changing the number and maybe expanding it to
yeah,
playing with
I
that.
think
I don't know
you,
if that's something that you guys did already prior to this. And we're not privy to those numbers, but
so this is in tandem with the activity that's going to happen on Thursday. So on Thursday, in collaboration with the Property Appraiser's Office, we're going to do a massive event for all of our residents, but especially our seniors. And that's going to be at 5 p.m. at Mylander. They're bringing over 40 personnel from the Property Appraiser's Office that process applications. So anyone who is not, doesn't have the senior exemption right now on their property, but for whatever reason believes that they're eligible, they should attend this event. And they will be with the staff there. They'll be provided an application that will help them fill out that application and submit it. And then that application gets vetted by the Property Appraiser's Office. Basically, what it does is it takes all the vetting aspect of it away from Hialeah, puts it on the proper authority, which is the Appraiser's Office. Again, the criteria is set by the state, which is the over 65, you're on the deed, and you have a household income of roughly $40,000 or less, which is your retirees. And essentially, then we'll be able to evaluate down the road, okay, pursuant to this event and people just finding out about the program, what is the new number, right? And then we can make an evaluation at that point. But these are the people that have it right now that we know for a fact are over 65, they're on the deed, and they have the income requirements. And so therefore they're going to automatically, they don't have to do anything. They will get the check in their mail as soon as March, the end of March. And for the new folks, then we'll see how big that number grows. You know, Pedro and I have gone back and forth on it. It could be as little as a couple hundred additional applications, or it's a couple thousand. And so that's why we want to make sure we're being conservative and we allow that process to play out through the appraiser's office. And then we'll get updated figures from them and make an evaluation at that time. What's the most appropriate path forward? Okay.
Through the chair.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
One last question. First of all, thank you to our finance department for putting this together. And thank you, Mayor, moving this forward. From the moment this gets approved, how long before the checks will be in our residents' hands?
So, excuse me, we already started working on the internal mechanism to make this happen through Workday, through a large import file. I'm pretty confident my team could do it, you know, within a week or so, but, you know, just in case, you know, the mayor's saying end of March, just to be a little more conservative.
Okay.
Obviously, there's a second reading. So second reading would be in 2 weeks. From there, then it'll take about, you know, let's call it 2 weeks for them to get the checks. So I say end of March is a pretty conservative timeframe.
And I will add for the record that technically residents don't have to do anything. We have the names, we have the addresses, we have the amounts. And we're already loading everything into the system pending this reading and the second reading on March 10th.
I think that's fantastic. I motion to approve.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilman Perez. Before we
Second.
get a second one from Council Vice President Melinda de la Vega. And just to pause a second, just to make it clear, because there's a lot of people watching and a lot of people in the audience, we want them to spread the word. Correct me if I'm wrong, just to make the important points. The difference between this proposal we're doing today and the one we floated around with, you know, a while back is 32,000 homes, homesteaded homes in Hialeah would have qualified for the rebate, which we were trying to figure out what the number was going to be. 30, I would have qualified because I have a homesteaded home, but I'm not a low income person. So it's really not fair. This time it's limited to the state standard of what's considered a low income household. So I wouldn't qualify, even if I was 85. I wouldn't qualify for this because I don't have a low income house. I don't have that greater need. So this targets those seniors who are pretty much living off of strictly a very low Social Security check. These are not professionals who are making thousands of dollars a month, even on their Social Security. So in other words, those that will get a check, perhaps as early as maybe the end of March, will be people who are within that threshold, the household income of about 38,000 approximately a year household income, homesteaded properties. And just to make it clear, because people have asked me, doesn't mean it has to be paid off. You could still owe money on it, but it's the property which you own and inhabit, making it a homestead property. That's why it limited, because of the household financial requirement, the threshold, that's why it limited now to 5,000 and 5,141 homes, plus another 1,000 and something that didn't pay any taxes anyway, that were seniors because they qualified for all the existing exemptions. So that's what it is, but it will be higher than the $200, and it all depends. Right. The goal is to have these seniors of low income pay no Hialeah taxes. Now, we can't change that number. If we want to say tomorrow $1,000, we can't return $1,000. We can only return what they paid us. Right. That's the maximum amount that they can get returned. Depending on the value of your house, you may have paid us $200 in those seniors in Hialeah taxes, separate from school board and county taxes. But if my house is worth $500,000, I probably paid more in taxes. So I'll get a bigger reimbursement from the city. They'll give me all that money back that I paid to the city. But we just paid it arrears. So we've already paid those taxes, the homeowners. So all we're going to do is we can't change that through the tax collector's office. We can just write a check from here. And what he's saying is very, where we got the money was so creative, the 1.2 million, which is a lot less than the $200 we would have spent for a household. Again, I would have gotten a $200 check the other way around. We have an obligation. Our calculated contribution per year to our pension fund is about, the mid-30s millions a year.
Yeah.
The custom was to make payments, and those interest payments add up. By us having the cash now to pay it up front, it's like early payments on your house. If you can pay two payments per month, you shave off hundreds of $1,000s in the end in interest payments. In this case, it's the same. We're seeing That $1.2 million come from an early payment, avoiding all the interest. Doesn't come from what we have to contribute to the fund, from our obligation. It doesn't take money from, right, from the
You're absolutely
pension
correct.
fund
Yep.
in any way. It doesn't risk that. It's just that now that we have the cash, we're able to pay this up front, saving that interest, which is exactly what we need to pay these most in need seniors. So that's basically what it is. So that people don't understand, not everybody who's homesteaded in Hialeah at this point, something may happen in the state. Creative things are happening in the state. We probably all will see relief. But for now, it's low income seniors of 65 and over who will see, hopefully the goal is a complete relief from Hialeah taxes.
And you're absolutely correct. And for clarification, you must have an approved low-income senior citizen exemption as of January 1st, 2025.
Approved by the
Approved by
appraiser and tax
property
collector.
appraiser and tax collector. We're
Yeah.
going off that
We're
specific
not
group.
doing that approval. They approve it, they vet it, and then we just get that information, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Any other questions? We have a motion from Councilwoman Perez, is that correct?
Motion.
We have a motion, and we have what?
A second from the, De La Vega.
And we have a second from Council Vice President. That's right.
All right, call the roll.
Paul, go ahead. Are you hungry?
Senior citizen,
Everybody's hungry?
senior citizen.
I'm a senior. Call the roll.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez.
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega.
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for March 10th, 2026 at 5:30 PM.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can't leave yet, Mayor. Item E. Madam Clerk.
License revocation hearing to determine if the business tax receipt of La Lunita Coffee Shop Incorporated located at 2200 West 8th Court, Hialeah, Florida, 33010 should be revoked or suspended.
We have a presentation from the city on this item. Name and address for the record, sir.
Good evening, Council President. Good evening, Madam Council Vice President. Good evening, esteemed members of the council. And last, but of course, most importantly, good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Raymond Sales. I'm an Assistant City Attorney with the City of Hialeah. I am also serving as a Police Legal Advisor to the City of Hialeah Police Department. My offices are located at 501 Palm Avenue, 4th floor Law Department. The reason that we are here before you today in this presentation is to seek the council's approval for a decision that was taken via emergency powers pursuant to City of Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 86-56. In that Code of Ordinances section, it specifically conveys the power to the business tax official, Ms. Yesenia Gruich, on an emergency basis to allow her to afford her a prompt suspension or revocation of any business should it be deemed that the business is conducting any sort of activity that constitutes an emergency involving serious danger to the public health, safety, or welfare of the City of Hialeah. That action was taken pursuant to an investigation that was performed by the Hialeah Police Department in conjunction with several other law enforcement agencies on February 13th, 2026. Once that was done, a cease and desist order was provided by the business tax official, notifying Primos Investments Group LLC, doing business as La Lunita Cafeteria, the business tax receipt license holder for the location located at 2200 West 8th Court, Hialeah, Florida, 33010. That cease and desist order formally revoked license number 722-211-638. The reason that we are here today is to seek the council's approval to sustain that revocation that was performed on that date by the business tax official, Ms. Yesenia Gruich. With me today, I have three witnesses.
One moment, Mr. Sales.
Mr. Sales, before we continue, just so the record is clear, I'm not sure if any representative of La Lunita is present before the dais or the business tax receipt holder. If so, you will need to announce your appearance for the record. This is quasi-judicial proceeding in nature, and you have every right to be heard and to cross-examine the witnesses that will be called by the city if necessary.
So you're referring to me since I logged in, so I just want to introduce myself. My name is
Can you come to the mic for the record? Thank you. Name and address.
Carolyn Frank, 3636 West Flagler Street, Miami, 33135. And I am solely here on behalf of the owner, DCL Warehouse, just to see.
The owners of the warehouse, you're not here with the license holder?
No,
Oh, okay.
but I wanted to explain who we are. We were provided notice of this proceeding, and I know there's a cease and desist, and we want to know how to proceed. Thank you for the clarification.
There's another attorney here with the property owner, right? No? Are you the only one representing the? Okay, is anyone here for La Lunita, for what is it, Primos Corporation? Anybody here for them? No. Okay, for the license, Madam
That
Attorney,
clarifies.
clarifies everything. Okay. Go on, please.
Mr. Council President, with that clarification, and thank you, Madam City Attorney. As the Madam City Attorney has established, this hearing is quasi judicial pursuant to 86-57. There are no formal rules of evidence with respect to this hearing. However, 86-57 requires that a hearing be performed when the business tax official makes a revocation pursuant to their emergency powers in 86-56, which is the purpose of today's hearing. With that, Council Vice President, with your permission, I have a couple of preliminary housekeeping matters I'd like to address with you, sir, if that's okay?
She would be the vice president.
I'm sorry, Council President, I apologize.
You give him authority to do so.
Thank you.
Go on.
If I may, we have provided a packet and we've prepared the packet and given a exact copy to each of the members of the city council for the purposes of this hearing. I'm seeking that packet be added as the city's composite exhibit 1 and be made a part of the record of this proceeding, Mr. Council President.
Duly noted.
I'm also requesting permission to publish as needed when examining the witnesses, sir.
Duly noted.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Council President, I believe that covers the housekeeping matters. At this time, the city would request, if at all possible, if Madam City Clerk could please swear in the witnesses in advance so that we can call them in turn and proceed with this hearing as quickly and efficiently as possible.
Have the witnesses step up. Go ahead, ma'am.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. If so, say I do. Let the record reflect that I have responded in the affirmative.
With that, Mr. Council President, the city calls to the stand Lieutenant Marlon Espinosa.
Thank you. Lieutenant, name and address for the record, sir. Thank you.
Martin Espinoza, Lieutenant, Hialeah Police Department, 5555 East State Avenue.
Thank you.
Good evening, Lieutenant Espinosa. Could you please explain to the members of the council who may not be familiar with you, who you are, what your assignment is, and how you're related to this case?
Yes, I'm the lieutenant that oversees the Special Investigation Section at the Hialeah Police Department.
And did you participate in an operation that occurred on or about Friday, February 13th, 2026 at the business known as La Lunita Cafeteria located at 2200 West 8th Court, Hialeah, Florida 33010?
That is correct. We executed Operation Luna Caída on that day.
Okay. When you say Operation Luna Caída, what was the purpose of that operation, sir?
In conjunction with Florida ABT, Homeland Security, Human Trafficking Task Force, FDLE, and other federal partners, we executed this operation to address some of the complaints that were coming in from the community and the neighboring businesses.
And what were the results, if any, of that investigation, sir?
Total of 14 arrests were done. Seven of them came from our police department, 3 of them being warrants, and 4 of them being narcotic related.
I believe you mentioned previously that you were a part of this operation. Were you present on scene on February 13th, 2026?
I was.
Did you walk the scene at that time?
Yes, I did.
Did you personally observe any code violations that were occurring at the business?
Yes, I did.
Okay, could you please inform the members of the council what those code violations that you observed were?
If I may check my notes.
I'm
So
here to
on walk-
interrupt. Is that in our book?
Yes,
What
if
page
you
you
would
on?
turn to tab, not with respect to his notes, but if you turn to tab 4 of your trial binder, you'll see the cease and desist order that was generated by the city tax official, which lists specifically the code violations that were observed by the Hialeah Police Department on that date, listed between item A through E.
Thank you.
So upon entering the business was clearly operating as a nightclub. It was not operating as a cafeteria. There was no food being served. The lights were dimmed, flashing lights like a nightclub. Beverages were on the table, buckets of beer. There were red Solo cups filled with hard liquor as well. There was gambling machines that were being operated. And there was drugs that were being sold during that operation as well.
So we're going to take those violations that you observed in turn, but prior to getting into that, did you have crime scene respond to the scene at the time in order to take photographs?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did you provide those photographs to the city prior to this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so that's going to be in tab 7 in the materials provided to the council, the photographs that we're going to be referencing. Now, Lieutenant Espinosa, the first photograph that we have in the binder, what does this photograph depict, sir?
It's a little blurry, but if you do see, it's 2 bottles of whiskey that are on top of a counter.
Why is that significant with respect to this particular business activity?
That business does not have the license to serve our hard liquor.
Okay. You mentioned in your statement to the council just a moment ago that no food was being prepared. Why is that relevant for this council to consider?
According to the license that they have and they have applied for and was current, they're only allowed to serve beer and wine with food.
And how did you verify that no food was being prepared at the time?
Kitchen was cold to the touch. I personally went in, put my hand over the stove to see if it was hot. It was not hot at all. The refrigerators were empty. No food was inside of any of the refrigerators. There were about 3 or 4 refrigerators that were in the premises. All of them were filled with beer.
Did you observe any food on any table within the premises?
Absolutely not.
You've also mentioned that there were narcotic sales being conducted in the premises. Did you impound narcotics as a result?
Yes, we did.
And that photograph was also provided to the city council?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned that there was illegal gambling that was being conducted in the premises. How were you able to make that determination, sir?
That is correct. So during the inspection, we found some ledgers. In the ledgers, as we were looking through them, we found a beginning amount balanced from La Maquinitas, which are referred to as the machines that are being operated. And there was an ending ledger, ending balance of what was paid out. We also found all the winning tickets that were being stored with these ledgers.
Now, it's not illegal to possess amusement machines at a resident or at a business, within the city of Hialeah. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but and correct me if I'm wrong, what I'm understanding from your testimony is that you found evidence that shows that this was actually gambling activity, taking it out of the context of just a simple amusement machine.
That is correct.
Okay. You mentioned that there were 7 arrests. Was there any other activity that occurred outside of narcotics that you observed with respect to this business activity?
Yes. So there was a bar girl or B girl, what's considered a B girl activity that was happening, and ABT did 2 arrests for an operation that they had conducted prior.
Okay. When you say B girls, can you just inform the council who may not be as familiar with that terminology, what a B girl is and what they do?
So B girls, in the context of what we saw happening here, they are female servers who are not directly employed by the business. They come in as contract employees, and their goal is to solicit the patrons, mostly men, to buy them beers. These beers are not your normal size beers. They're your 4-ounce cans, and they charge them 3 times the amount of what a regular beer would cost. Some of the money goes to the B girl, the other money goes to the house. And that's how they make their money. The B girls also act as brokers. If there is a drug dealer in-house, they act as that broker. And in this case, one of the females was acting as a broker, and she offered drugs. They bought drugs. She went to a security guard who she bought the drugs from and gave it to our undercover agent that was there.
So to understand you clearly, the reason behind the increased value of the 4-ounce can of beer that you mentioned was 3 times the value of what that beer would normally cost is to facilitate this narcotics transaction that you just described.
That is correct.
Okay. Based off of all that you've observed and based off of the entirety of your investigation and based off what you have testified today, is your opinion that the emergency decision of the business tax official of the city of Hialeah to revoke BTR license 722-211-638 issued to La Lunita Cafeteria should be sustained by the city council?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness.
Thank you. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. Our next witness is Major Fernando Villa.
New council, Major
Name and
Fernando
address.
Villa, 5555 East State Avenue.
Again, Major Villa, if you could please just introduce yourself to the members of the council who may not be familiar with you.
Good afternoon. I'm the major of the Criminal Investigation Division. I'm in charge of all investigations, also the Special Investigation Section.
Did you also participate in the operation that occurred on or about Friday, February 13th at the business known as La Lunita Cafeteria?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Was this your first interaction with La Lunita or the business organization?
No, we actually have a couple of shootings that happened in 2025 and in 2026. We also have stabbings. This place has been a hub for the criminal elements in our city to be able to gather and hinder the businesses around it and and also our citizens.
Now, you mentioned some of these prior incidents, a shooting and a couple of shootings that you mentioned and some stabbings. Did the city take action at that time with respect to those incidents?
The city, we actually initiated at the tail end of that investigation. We found out that the patrons and the subject and the victim were patrons of that business, but the shooting occurred outside the business, which we could not correlate at that time as being a violation for this particular code.
So prior to that shooting that you're referencing, when did that shooting occur, by the way?
The shooting in 2026 occurred in January 11th at 10:17 a.m.
Prior to that shooting, had the city of Hialeah entered into, to the best of your knowledge, entered into a settlement agreement with the owners of La Lunita Corporation in order to avoid a revocation hearing with respect to the business tax receipt?
That is correct. The city entered on October 17, 2025 with the last chance agreement with La Lunita Cafeteria.
Okay. That's going to be tab 3 in your materials.
Guys, I'm question for you. What does last chance mean? What?
It's a settlement agreement with the city.
So Major Villa, let me see if I can help assist the council with a question. When you say a last chance agreement, what was your understanding of the reasoning behind that settlement agreement? Was there any specific language in that agreement that makes you describe it in that fashion as a last chance agreement?
In other words, practically they had violations before, and the city provided this business an opportunity to be able to fix themselves, be able to not have any violations for a 6-month period, which had ended on April 17, 2026. And at that time, the business was not able to take care of their backyard. And we obviously have this case in front of you today.
Did the city specifically negotiate a clause at that point in time that notified the business owners that any violation would result in an immediate revocation or suspension hearing of their business tax receipt?
That is correct. It's on number page number 3 of tab number 3, which the business agrees with any violations of the its agreement within 6-month period will result in an immediate revocation and suspension hearing of its business tax receipt as ordered by the city council.
Gotcha.
If I may,
Quick question, was this notification, was it sent to the building owner?
There you go, that's my question.
The building or both entities?
With respect to which notification, sir?
Any of the violations?
So with respect to this violation, notice was prominently posted on the exterior of the building. As a matter of fact, that was indicated to you in your materials in tab 6. You're going to see a photograph of the exterior of the building, including a doorknob. That's 2200 West 8th Court. On the doorknob, you're going to see affixed in plastic with zip ties, both the notice of the cease and desist order and the notice of this hearing. Though it was also sent by a certified return receipt to the business tax receipt holder, which is the subject of this hearing, sir.
My question is more to the prior notice, the one that gave them the 6 months to remediate. Did the business owner, the title manager, were they made aware of this operation happening in their building?
With respect to let me understand your question, Councilwoman Perez. I believe, if I'm understanding your question correctly, with respect to the settlement agreement was entered into between the city of Hialeah and Primos Investments doing business as La Lunita Cafeteria. They were represented by counsel, which is, you can actually see is reflected on page 4 of the settlement agreement. Okay. Were represented by counsel in the negotiation of this agreement and entered into this agreement freely and voluntarily and understood that this was their last chance and that any substantive violation of this settlement agreement would result in the proceedings for which we are here today. So they were made aware and they were involved from the onset with respect to the settlement agreement.
to the business owner, but I'm talking about the person that they're renting the location from, the party that's present here today.
So this is
DLC.
This is with respect to the business tax receipt. The business tax receipt is held by this company. So the only people that had privity of contract with respect to the business tax receipt is the business tax receipt holder and the city of Hialeah. The property owner is separate in this instance because they're not the ones who are in possession of the business tax receipt. This is their tenant. They are aware, and as you can see that they were present, they were aware of the goings on. And as a matter of fact, subsequent to this agreement, a sale was conducted of the business to a different entity. Despite this, a BTR had not been transferred because they had not obtained a new lease under the new ownership from the building managers, from the building operators. With respect to anything past that, that question may be better directed at the building owners who are here.
So the fact that we don't involve the property owner, is that to protect, do they have a legal protection since they are the business tax holder? Is that common practice throughout all municipalities? Because maybe if I'm the owner of this location and I have this tenant that is continuously being out of compliance, I would like to be made aware because maybe their contract is coming up. Maybe that's not a license that I want to renew. Maybe they weren't made aware. Is there some kind of tenant protection law that violates that privacy? Or is that something we have to rewrite our ordinance and maybe let these business owners in on this activity that's happening and let them know that they're a nuisance to society and that maybe they should consider not having them in our community?
Respectfully, Councilwoman Perez, with respect to this particular issue, the notices are always prominently placed in the exterior of the property. The notices are made public. It's a public hearing that is noticed and they're made aware within the public record of the actual of the hearings. When we send notices to everybody involved and we send them to the business address as well as the business holders and as well as anybody who may have a potential property interest with respect to to this action. In the notice that you have in your materials, and that's going to be reflected in tab 5, you will see that there are a number of folks listed in the top of the header who are in no way, shape, or form related to this business tax receipt. And yet notice is sent and delivered to these folks because they have a property interest in the goings on of the business. So they are made aware with respect to whether or not the landlord and the tenant wish to retain the tenant or they want to continue the license. That's between the landlord and the tenant.
And if I may, just for clarification, Council.
Yeah, but I think that the question here is they know now once this bomb exploded at the end. But Officer Villa was saying that they had a shooting. I don't know, I don't want to misquote you, but they've had 2 prior shootings prior to 2026. There's been already a nuisance and violence to this property. And I'm just reflecting back to kind of the conversations we had. Remember when we were discussing the hotels? And when we were discussing those rental hotels, we said that within those ordinance, we wanted to make those property owners aware that, hey, they've called the cops to this location X amount of times. You need to, tighten up ship and have some added security. Is that something that we need to change and we need to rewrite into our ordinance so that it doesn't have to get to this point? It could be something prior to that.
If I may, in regards to the internal procedures that we have, the law department and the business tax receipt administrator does in fact send the notices to the actual owner of the property.
Okay.
However, in our code, pursuant to section 86-57, subsection C1, it is not required. It simply says that upon the request for a hearing, the business tax administrator shall serve notice to the business tax receipt holder of the time and place of the hearing before the city council, which shall be held at a date no less than 5 days after filing or at the next regular scheduled council meeting. So we have met the requirements. However,
Right.
the city has in fact gone beyond and notified it.
No,
not
I'm
only
aware. I'm
this
aware of the hearing, but
meeting,
I'm
but
talking about prior to the hearing.
Yes, we have.
All these other violations, the shooting, the this, that's.
The law department did in fact
Did in
send
fact,
notices
and-
to the property owner,
Perfect.
and Mr. Sales could basically corroborate what I
Right.
just informed the council of.
Of course, Madam City Attorney is 100% correct. And if I said otherwise, I'd probably be out of a job tomorrow. I'm just kidding. Yes, she's absolutely correct. And secondarily, upon conferring with the business tax official, Ms. Gruich, notice was sent at the time to the property owners as well prior to the hearing and with respect to the prior incidents as well, correct? Hope I'm not misquoting.
Yesenia Gruich, business tax official, 501 Palm Avenue. The date that we scheduled the informal hearing, which is when Law, myself, and the owner, if he wants to show up, and the tenant meet to kind of try and remedy some of these violations before we do a revocation of license, they are notified. As a matter of fact, the day that we entered into the settlement agreement, I spoke to the owner of the property. He showed up at City Hall. And so we kind of advised them that we entered into a settlement agreement. That's how I know that they did not want to issue a new lease when there was in fact a change of ownership.
Okay, so with that, Major Villa, and I apologize, let's see where we left off here. To your knowledge and to the best of your recollection, the settlement agreement, as you previously testified, was effective October 17th of 2025?
Yes,
And that was effective for a period of 6 months?
correct.
And given what you know about what has occurred since that settlement agreement has occurred, and given the results of the investigation was conducted on February 13th, 2026, is it your opinion that these violations constitute a significant violation and a violation of that settlement agreement?
Yes.
Thank you, Major V. I have nothing further for this witness. Last but not least, Mr. Council President, I have the business tax official, Ms. Yesenia Gruich.
You've already identified yourself.
Okay. All right, Ms. Gruich, briefly. As a result of this operation that was conducted on February 13th, 2026, did you exercise your emergency powers pursuant to the City of Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 86-56, to revoke BTR license number 722211-638?
Yes.
And as you previously had mentioned, as you previously testified, was that as a result of the violations that you listed in the cease and desist order that you issued to La Lunita Cafeteria reflected in tab 4 of your materials?
Yes.
In the cease and desist order, you specifically list those violations. Is it your opinion that those violations constitute a violation of the settlement agreement that you were made a part of negotiating that went into effect October 17th, 2025?
Yes.
And is it your opinion as the business tax official for the City of Hialeah that La Lunita Cafeteria has violated the terms of the settlement agreement? And given this, that your decision to revoke the BTR license should be sustained by the City Council today?
Yes.
Nothing further? Mr. Council President, that concludes the presentation conducted by the city. Briefly, if I may, what I would just like to say, I think it is abundantly clear, and the city has established by substantial and competent evidence that a violation of the terms of the settlement agreement have occurred, that this is an ongoing issue within the City of Hialeah, that the business activities of La Lunita Cafeteria do constitute an actual threat to the public health, safety, and welfare of the City of Hialeah. And for these reasons, we respectfully request that the City of Hialeah Council move to sustain the determination of the business tax official and uphold the revocation for La Lunita Cafeteria.
Thank you, sir. Madam Attorney, so we're going to give a chance for the council representing the property owner if they wish to speak.
It's at the council's pleasure.
We have, you're representing the property owner. Right. Would everybody like to hear from her? Any questions? Are they subject to any, Ms. Gruich, or are they subject to the property owners at this point, any violations?
Not with respect to the hearing today, sir. No, this is specifically to the business tax
For the
receipt.
BTR holder.
Right,
Gotcha.
which is only to the BTR holder who was not present before the council despite receiving notice.
So she doesn't, you don't, there's nothing she needs to defend on behalf of the property owner? Is that? Go ahead, yeah.
The only thing I want to clear the record on is the notice was provided, and Ivan, our manager, appeared and was advised that a settlement agreement was reached already. So we had no right to do anything in response to that. In answer to your question, we kind of bought the 6-month period of time that the city, allowed this tenant to remain in the property.
Thank you, ma'am.
And again, whatever your decision is with respect to this issue, we'd like to know how to proceed to move forward. There's a cease and desist order. And how do we, if their license is revoked, proceed to evict or do whatever is necessary? We've also asked for keys. We haven't been provided keys to the unit.
Well, that you can advise them on whatever
If
the
we
results of
just
our
are
decision.
Notification of
Yeah.
the council will make a determination based on the evidence that's been heard today, and an order will be entered within 10 days. We have 10 days. The city has 10 days in order to enter an order, and you'll receive a copy of that order.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So this BTR that's issued for this business, it's a cafeteria license. There is a time frame, right, for them to operate with this business tax. Does the cafeteria cap it off at a certain time? They don't have 24-hour, they don't have midnight.
So their
What's-
BTR is a restaurant BTR?
That's how they have it?
Yes.
What did
that's
they
how we
purchase?
have
Because it says cafe.
Yeah, well, it's a restaurant.
It says restaurant.
What they can't do is sell beer and wine within certain hours.
Okay. So it's not capped. What's the time that they're supposed to operate? Because I know that we extended sometimes, like for those businesses and those restaurants that were in that shopping center of Flamingo, they were restaurants, but we weren't allowed to allow the restaurants to operate past 10 o'clock due to the area. So I don't know if this business tax is tied to a similar kind of.
Yeah, so their only regulations on operational hours is for beer and wine, it's 1 a.m.
It's allowed till 1 a.m.
Yes.
All right.
And they
So
operate in
when-
a 2 COP, so it's just beer.
When a business like this, when this person, this gentleman that issued this license, what's his name? Jose Danilo Cruz. Now is he put on kind of like a red flag list to not get another business tax license here in the city of Hialeah? Do we have some kind of like preempted hit list of people that have violated our?
Yes, it's in our code.
Yes.
It's in our code.
So he will not be able, his wife.
Well, the violations issued to Preva Investing Group, there was a transition in ownership at some point. So right now we're going under the LLC, what we had to revoke the license under. That corporation is currently under Danilo Cruz, but our BTR was issued under another name, which was a previous owner.
So how would we move forward if that previous owner or this LLC tries to open another business? Is there some kind of red flag that we wouldn't issue them?
Right, so
A license?
we would put in the contact for that person a hold.
Okay. I mean, I believe that, I congratulations to our police department, first of all, for putting yourselves in that risky situation and entering a place that had so much illegal activity, a place that has a history of violence, of shootings and stabbings and breaking bottles on people's heads. And 2 weeks ago, someone got shot there, and then finding that person that was shot on a flight to Cuba. I mean, this is a long historical nuisance in our community. So thank you for even walking in there and making this happen. Congratulations to everyone that was involved. Thank you, Jasenia. Thank our legal department. I think moving forward, though, there's a lot of similar locations that I've never stepped into, but just driving in front of it scares me. And I just want to figure out how us as a council could be effective in writing or rewriting this business tax to these cafes that are in warehouses. Maybe we can, Mayor, have a discussion about this and think about maybe capping it off to make it easier for PD. Maybe that's a conversation to have with PD and say, what do you suggest? How do we rewrite this? For businesses operating in these warehouses in these shady locations, maybe they shouldn't be open past 8 o'clock if they're a restaurant and all the businesses nearby are closed, and no one's really going there to have dinner. It's not an Olive Garden, it's meant to be a sandwich and a soda while you're at work. And maybe we need to reevaluate and make this a subsection in our business tax and say these businesses that operate in X, Y, and Z locations close down 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, whatever, to make it easy for code compliance, to make it easy for PD to not have a nuisance and to not have, this is the second case and I've been here. And I don't know, Mr. Gonzalez, you've been here many years prior to me. I don't know how many have come before us. I remember the last one, I think it was called 8 Ball or something weird like that. And it was the wife that did an alien's name because the husband was already, performing illegal activity at another location. So we need to be smart and work together and maybe, help PD, help code compliance, help our residents, and not have these thugs committing, these crimes and having this drug activity in our city. And I think that's a responsibility that we have, Jasenia and Chief, if you would like to have a conversation with me, and I'd be happy to come up with some options to present to the council. Mayor?
No, thank you. And, first of all, again, thank you, to our police department, to our great business tax division. One of the conversations I had with the chief is, we got to step up our enforcement game. And so I personally attended several of these bar checks in the days following what occurred at La Lunita. And certainly we are making sure that our code is being enforced. We're making sure that we're cutting down on any illicit activity. When we did those bar checks, what I saw, there was businesses that were in complete and full compliance, even though they were operating in the late hours. And then there was one that we checked on that wasn't. And so obviously they got dinged that evening. So I think it's an enforcement mechanism. I think the regulations that we have are very strict as they are. It's just a matter of making sure that we're on top of enforcement and, I have the full confidence in PD and in our code department and as well as business tax to make sure that we are not letting any bad actors continue to operate as we find them. And again, these bar checks, the best part about them is that they're random. So they will happen at any time, any day. And like I said, there's going to be zero tolerance in my administration for any sort of illicit activity. Okay, thank you.
So, through the chair, so we're gonna need a motion. Okay, we're looking for unless there's more comment, the motion would be what the city is requesting, a total revocation, permanent revocation of the license for La Lunita LLC, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Motion to uphold the
My
revocation.
mic on. So go on, sir.
Got a motion?
Motion
Well,
to
you got a
uphold the
motion, is that
revocation.
what-
I got a
No,
second.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead,
Louis,
Louis.
second.
Gonzalez, a motion from Louis Gonzalez. See, I gave you your spotlight.
Second.
Second
Louis
from
Rodriguez.
Louis Rodriguez, motion from Louis Rodriguez. So Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez.
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega.
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The revocation of the business tax receipt for La Lunita is hereby revoked.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there
very
anything
much.
you-
And I'm sorry, I
Explain
didn't
right
thank
now.
our firefighters who attend these calls and to really transport these victims and mend them. So thank you to our highly fire department as well. I apologize.
Thank you. Unfinished business. Any unfinished business? Everything is finished? New business.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am. Louis, I think you should sit down together.
Through the chair, I just wanted to see if I had the opportunity to ask some questions to our Parks Department, please.
Willie, you're up.
Willie, you're up. Part-timer, come up here.
Part-timer.
With
Gets
a
paid.
brand new title, which is great. Willie,
Yes, ma'am.
if you can just please kind of walk me through, if you can, the whole process with renting our fields for baseball. My office has received in the last couple weeks, right? Just lots of different calls from different parents regarding just the inability to rent fields. And I know that, we have the Marlins program, we have several programs. I believe we have 19 baseball fields So if I can just understand the program on how to rent our fields and what the accessibility is for them.
Yes, ma'am. William Sanchez, 900 East 56th Street, Department of Parks and Community Engagement. We have an online booking system, Civic Rec, and we're fortunate to have Steve here who put the system together, who onboarded the system. But yeah, basically it works. Residents try, log in and they see if the field is available. It goes to our manager and then it goes to the approval process. We have a lot of demand for baseball. That's for sure. We have our own program, which is the Marlins. That's
Okay.
our city-run program, but we have a high demand on rentals. To give further details how the system works, I can have Stephen elaborate a little bit more, but it's an online booking system.
You said when some of the residents came into the office, we kind of walked through, they showed me the website on where to book. Once they book and they pay, I guess some of the complaints are that they're able to book it, but then a couple hours later it gets refunded, canceled. Is that part of the process, or is the program live where if the field is already booked by somebody else, that field wouldn't be available during booking?
Good evening, Steve Diaz, Deputy Director of Parks, 900 East 56th Street. Yeah, so there has been instances where we're currently onboarding also some internal programming as well. For instance, adult flag football, many of our adult sports are coming online currently. So what we're doing is incorporating those blockout dates into the system now. So there is a little bit of crossover in between when people are going in and requesting a reservation online. It might be mixing in with our blackout dates for some of our programming. So there might be some carryover there.
Do we have on all of our parks, and because I know, again, there's a lot of programming, a lot of demand, which is great, right? We're getting people back into the parks, which is our goal. Do we have for these programs that are renting, do we have always set aside at least one field where residents, not programs, but where residents can book these fields?
In terms of while they're simultaneously going on with internal programming, is that what you're referring to?
I think what's happening in certain parks, and I would have to find the name. I have it in my other.
What we do try to do is, despite having a lot of our general field areas and baseball fields taken up by rentals, we try to reserve at least a space open for the public that's not available for rent. For instance, Goodlett Park, I know is kind of one of those instances where we have a large area of the space taken up by the youth soccer group that's out there, but we designate one specific area that they're not allowed to use, so that we have members of the public able to access that if maybe, a small family wanted to go kick a ball around or play catch or whatever, what have you, they're able to do that in these small areas.
Okay. Which just brings me to one last question.
Sure.
What's going on with Filer Park?
I'll pass it along to our chief.
And I say that just because, I know years ago there was a program there. I think people from all areas,
Yep.
would come to Filer and play in that HAA. And so we have so many interest in making that back, right? So what is it that we're doing? Is that our property?
It's not our property. We're still working with the administration and the mayor to see
Okay.
how we proceed with that property, but it belongs to the school board. It's not ours. There's a cost associated for us to take over again. And those are the numbers that we have to work with. And we have so many needs in other parks, so we're trying to manage our budget correctly and most efficiently for our properties that we own. But yes, the last conversation we had with Filer, they're willing to hand it over. But there's an amount that we're gonna have to rehab the field. Sorry, thanks my phones.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. There's an amount that we have to obviously budget to get it up and running again, because it has been closed for many, many years. I think the school board is using it now as a rental for a soccer program, but it's going to take some work to get it up and running again.
And through the chair, if I may,
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman, like I played there at HAA and it was ran by a family that ran it for many, many years, but they got very old and the kids moved on and eventually just started falling apart and it wasn't working. So that's eventually how it just kind of ended, just like Corey did as well.
Yeah.
So the other parks as well. So.
And Councilwoman, we have recognized the fact that we are in need of more field space. We have 22 baseball fields currently, and that was something that we were in the preliminary works of planning for. Was hopefully working together with the school board to absorb that field space. I know that during last fiscal year's budget planning, we were working behind the scenes with trying to plan for staffing, what our revenue projections would look like, that sort of thing, just to sort of stay ahead of the curve on that in the event that it was passed along to us, we'd be ready to go. So as of right now, I know that we're still in conversations with the school board, but that's not something that's finalized yet. But we definitely love to, explore or revisit that idea again.
So I do want to make a comment, like the mayor said, we have a new administration, we have a new finance now. I think we're gonna get a lot of things done that we didn't have before, that were talked about, to be blunt about it. I know you guys had like great ideas that I'm gonna be supporting, and I know I can see we're gonna be supporting the ideas from before, guys. I mean, there's a lot to do, there's a lot to uncover what I just said, but I feel confident that we have the right administration, that we're gonna invest back heavily more in the park systems and the baseball.
Yeah, thank you. And candidly, it's not through the chair. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Candidly, it's not our, the ball's kind of more in their court is my point. I mean, obviously it's school board property. If they wanted to give it to us and go 50-50 on the rehab, that'd be great. But they want us to basically completely rehab it. They keep the property. And if they want to take it back, they can, and now it's fully rehabbed. So that's not really a good deal for us. So it's just a negotiation, and that's what we are. We're negotiating with the school board. And, unfortunately, they're very slow to bud. So obviously, we have other priorities, and there are other investments that we're making in our own fields that right now are higher priority. But if we're able to come to a good business decision, then absolutely we would definitely want to do it. So that's not really the limiting factor. It's more the school board being a kind of a tough negotiator.
Okay. Through the chair. Really quick, what are the costs right now for a resident to rent out one of our baseball fields?
$30 an hour.
$30 an hour. Is that resident fee? Do we have like a non-resident fee?
There is a non-resident fee, yes. That's 40 for non-residents.
How much?
40.
Great. So I just want to take the opportunity. It has been brought to my attention. My office has gotten emails and calls of Goodlip Park, Bright Park, Slade Park, as far as the field conditions being grass is cracked, full of dirt. There's no like grass. I don't know if it's being watered or not. And it's making it hard for the kids to play because they're kicking up dirt pretty much. I also hear that there's lighting problems at Bright Park. Are you guys aware of this? Is there anything on the timeline to fix these issues?
Yes, definitely. With respect to the lighting concerns, I had actually hoped to have it in the consent agenda this evening, but we are planning on having at the next council meeting something for you all to approve with regards to a repair company coming in and correcting those. Something that's been on our radar for quite some time. We have made some adjustments and some repairs already to specifically Goodlip Park, who has a brand new lighting system there. Bright Park was actually repaired a few months ago, and then about a few weeks after, there was another electrical issue that happened, which was going to cost us more money. So what we did is basically plan to kind of strike while the iron's hot and have all of these lighting repairs done at once, which would obviously be presented to you all before council in the next meeting. With regards to field repair and things like that, that's usually the reason why we have rest days incorporated into our scheduling, so that way we can ensure that we understand how highly used these fields are. And to your point, Councilman, these sometimes the dirt kind of lifts up and grass dies. So we need to make sure that we're properly maintaining these fields and incorporating some time off, because if you go, for instance, Goodlip Park, where they're out there 6 times a day for about 4 or 5 hours at a time, it's rough. And so we have to do what we can to with our resources, obviously, to make sure that grass stays green.
Got it.
and
And just to
playable.
be clear, it's not an infrastructure problem. Our sprinklers are working over there.
Yeah,
They're being used.
we've had some irrigation repairs done in several of our facilities. We're looking to repair a few more. We actually just met with a member of finance who has presented us with a grant opportunity to assist us with that as well. So we're looking forward to getting those items fixed as well.
And I'm sorry, through the chair. So Mayor, I reached out to Willie because I know there was a complaint and he gave the answer. There's appeal already open. So Steve, maybe we can let the public know what's coming because you guys are on it.
Yeah.
On there with the Goodlet Park. That means you had a solution to it. Maybe the
Yes.
neighborhood needs to know, and that's it.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the information that you gave me, I passed it on to them, and
Sure.
that's it. As far as communication was. So in other words, maybe we have something, look, this is coming, this is already, we already
Right,
have a
right.
problem,
Yeah.
so they can see what's going on, just that. FYI.
Yeah, typically large scale capital improvement projects will, either put a banner up or put some sort of signage up letting people know, hey, we're, into construction, sorry for our mess and whatnot. And to your point too, Councilman, some of the individuals that have reached out to our office as well. And we've responded with trying to provide some understanding as to what the procurement process is. And that it's not usually as simple as just getting a repair guy to come over and fix it from one day to another. We sometimes hope that's the occasion, but trying to just enlighten them on the process and assisting them as best as we can. Sure. All right.
Is that a motion, Councilman Rodriguez?
And Mayor, if
Go.
it's okay, if I can stay involved for however I can advocate for Filer, the field, because, Hialeah residents can also reach out to our school board members, right? It's whatever the most strategic way is to kind of let the school board know.
Pastor Robert.
This
That's
is
very easy.
okay. This is important, right? This is important to our residents. They continue to call us to kind of talk about the demand that there is for that field. Well, let's show them where the demand is, right?
Let's drag him to Filer and put him under the fire.
Do it. Thank you.
Thank you all. He knows where Filer is.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night. You're, okay. Go ahead.
Just one quick comment on
have
what
a
you were
name,
discussing.
Chris?
Cesar Mestre, 8105 Northwest 155th
Thank you,
Street,
Cesar.
Miami Lakes, Florida. I had somebody come to me maybe a year and a half ago, private entity. They were willing to pay for the renovation. I put them in contact with the school board and it didn't go anywhere, but just to let you know that there is an appetite out there. Kind of like the Hialeah Corey League or whatever.
Is that the soccer people?
No, it was baseball.
It was baseball.
Yeah, it was baseball. And they were very aware of what was going on. They were willing to pay for the improvements as long as they could work out some kind of deal with the city. But I knew it was school board property, so I directed them to go that way. But just so you know that there is interest out there
Absolutely.
to finance those renovations.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Cesar.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Motion. Do I have a second? Can you read the Scrivener's error report, Madam Clerk, for the
Scrivener's.
record?
Report
Scrivener's.
Scrivener's error pursuant to section 30-31 agenda of city council meetings of the city of Hialeah Code. The city clerk shall correct Scrivener's errors that are discovered in ordinances, resolutions, council minutes, and staff reports, and promptly report all corrections to the city council. The header of resolution number 2026-003 passed and adopted by the city council on January 13, 2026, reflects the term ending date as January 13, 2029, and section 1 of said resolution provides for January 12, 2030 as the term ending date. The header of said resolution is hereby amended to reflect the ending date of the term as January 12, 2030.
Thank you. If there's nothing else for the administrative section.
sorry, through
go
the
ahead,
chair.
Mr. Mayor?
Just a point for personnel purposes, for the council to understand. So now as we move into your planning and zoning meeting, obviously Barbara will remain here as the city attorney, but we had a resignation in the law department for Alexander Magrisso, I think who you guys might have dealt with on P&Z matters. So basically replacing him is Tony Recio, right here, Tony standing up. So he'll be here in the front row. If you guys have any specific questions on any P&Z items from a legal point, Tony is more than equipped to handle that and will be assisting throughout this process. And he'll also be present moving forward at the planning and zoning meetings as well.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'm really looking forward to working with you and,
I hope I can help and answer any questions that you may have whenever you need them.
Welcome.
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
So we move on to zoning. Does everybody want to just move along to zoning? Let's get it. Okay. So Madam Clerk, do your thing.
Will all those persons who will be testifying on an item, please stand and raise your right hand?
Las personas que quisieran prestar sus opiniones delante de esta junta, por favor, póngase de pie y alce la mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. If so, say I do.
Usted jura o afirma que el testimonio que va a dar será la verdad, toda la verdad y únicamente la verdad, y que Dios sea su testigo. Por favor, diga que sí si la respuesta es afirmativa.
Let the record reflect that all have responded in the affirmative.
En el archivo público constará que todos han respondido afirmativamente.
Zoning item. So we'll move right along to 15A, final decisions. Madam Clerk, 15A.
Proposed resolution approving the final decision of the Planning and Zoning Board, decision number 2026-01, allowing an interior east side setback of 4.02 feet, where 7.5 feet are required, and allow a rear setback of 7.27 feet, where 7.5 feet are required, for the legalization of an existing detached utility room. Property located at 1590 West 53rd Terrace, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, and providing for an effective date.
Final decision 15A. Pleasure of the council or any questions for
Second.
the applicant. So we have a motion from Councilman Luis Rodriguez, second from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Please call.
Through the chair, Mr. Did you have anything that you wanted to add, Claudia? Because I saw you trying to get up.
Somebody,
No, ma'am. No.
you're in no hurry?
I'm not in hurry.
Go ahead.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega? Your final decision, A.
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Item B in final solution, final decisions.
Proposed resolution approving the final decision of the Planning and Zoning Board, decision number 2026-02, allowing a rear setback of 3.93 feet where 7.5 feet are required, allow an interior west side setback of 2.36 feet where 6.5 feet are required for the legalization of an existing utility shed, allow an interior east side setback of 5.94 feet where 6.5 feet are required for the legalization of an existing addition to the main residence. Allow a rear setback of 19.63 feet where 20 feet are required for the legalization of an aluminum roof terrace, and allow a distance separation of 0 feet between the utility shed and the aluminum roof terrace, where a minimum of 10 feet is required. Property located at 761 Southeast 10th Place, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, and providing for an effective date.
What, you're here to speak on this?
Yes,
Is that? Are you an owner? or
I live 2 blocks from here.
Just, you can, go ahead. I just identify yourself again for the record, please.
Hi, Jose Alzi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. Mr. Gabby, I first want to mention you need the title council president so people don't get confused.
Is that why they were getting, I figured that. Yeah, I figured that. Where's my,
It's not there?
No.
Is that yours?
another?
Yeah, and I just want to say, I think we have a good combination of older, and I'm going to go older and young and different.
Thank you.
Different fields of,
Am I the older
of
one?
business and nonprofit. No. So, yeah, so this is, okay, I live 2 blocks from here. This is the first time ever that I received a letter that explained everything that was going on. Before, we would only get a postcard, and the postcard only said in language that we didn't understand, like for Three Friends Park, and also when we gave away parts of Slade Park, we only told the residents that 200 extra students were going to be in Slade Park. We never told them that we're going to take away property. And I keep saying the prime administration, the Department of Ethics and Trust, said that what Hialeah was doing as far as planning and zoning was illegal, was not that it was illegal, was unethical. And I do have the recording when Alexander, stood in front of the council board, and they told him it was unethical. Why was it unethical? Because we're only providing information in English, where it should be provided English and Spanish. And why was it unethical? You guys know, you guys have seen, sorry, the council have seen the big orange sign that we get, and it has a QR code. And Deborah Storch kept saying that the QR code told them about the project. I'm hoping that you consider the QR code that's placed in the entire, has the site plan, the plan of recommendation. Right now, if you go on that QR code, it'll only have a landing page. And I hope that big orange sign, everything that we produce is in English and Spanish. The Dade County population is only like less than 5% Haitian or Creole, and Dade County publicizes in English, Spanish, and Creole. And every other municipality does Spanish and English, especially us that we're such a high Spanish speaking. So I hope that you consider, and the planning director consider that these orange signs, they make it in English and in Spanish, and take that recommendation from Dade County Ethics Board to advertise and use the language that we understand. In the past, I've talked about the language that was given to us for Three Ferns Park, and just for Cosmos Park, the residents, Slade Park, the residents don't know what's going on, because sometimes we use the language that is hard to understand. The language is not Spanish. The QR code, please consider giving information, and then that'll resolve all these issues where in the planning and zoning, a lot of times you have residents come up and they really don't have the information, and they're talking about something but they don't have the information. So just keep, I applaud for that letter that we're getting. I'm not opposed to this property. I just want to say it was a good idea giving me that letter explaining everything, but go a little further, Spanish, English, and the QR code. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have a final decision, B, pleasure of the council.
Motion to approve.
Motion from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Second from Councilman Luis Rodriguez. Please call the roll.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Ella te dirá. Thank you. Thank you. Item C, final decision.
Proposed resolution approving the final decision of the Planning and Zoning Board, decision number 2026-03, allowing an interior west side setback of 2 feet where 6 feet are required for an existing aluminum roof to be legalized. Allow 0 feet where 6 feet are required for a wood covered terrace to be legalized. And allow a rear setback of 5.77 feet where 20 feet are required for an existing aluminum roof terrace to be legalized. Property located at 161 East 43rd Street, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, and providing for an effective date.
Any questions for the applicant from the dais?
Is the applicant here?
Is the applicant here, Irenia Gonzalez Moreno? Oh, hi.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a
Yes,
question for Claudia. Claudia, how do we get to this point right here?
These are the result of code enforcement actions. So
Mhm.
basically, because they have done work without a building permit, and unfortunately, whenever they submit a building permit, these items, these structures, are not following our zoning code. So that's why they're here to
So-
request relief for those.
So
structures.
these are all residents who have received violations?
Not all of them, but the vast majority.
Okay. Okay. Who are not up to code, right?
Correct.
Correct. And we tell them they have to pull permits, do different things, right? Because I know a lot of that is going on right now.
Mhm.
I feel like I'm inundated with calls, which at the end of the day, we have laws to follow. But these final decisions come to us when there's just no way of them meeting code, or they're not going to pull the permits. Can we just understand this process?
Because of the code enforcement nature, basically, and it was done without a building permit. So most likely those structures are not following, they're not in compliance with our setbacks, sizes, etc. So the property owner will have several options. One is to demolish the structure. They can do that. But the other one is that they want to request relief because they want to maintain those structure. So this is the process that is in place for them to request that relief.
Are you done?
Yes.
If I may, through the chair?
Yes, ma'am.
In front of the property, it looks like they poured concrete on the swale. And I don't see that as part of one of the to remediate. And then it looks like they're parking vehicles. They're using it as a parking lot. And that street is like, some of them have grass, some of them have dirt. Everyone's using the swale to like park, and this property poured concrete or asphalt.
It's asphalt.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So they have a wide driveway, and over the years, wide driveways, they had been approved. So basically the approach, it has to reflect the same distance as the driveway.
But did they have to pull a permit for that?
For the street?
To put
yes.
the asphalt?
For the, they have
And
to
that's
go and
something that they were approved?
I will have to search. I don't know. Do you know if you request a permit for this asphalt?
I think that that's something that,
No, that's the. No, no permiso para ese.
no, you do it on.
Through the chair, trying to understand, does the roof kind of wrap around the house?
Segments of it, yes. Yes, exactly.
And just looking at it here, do they comply with the drainage requirement, like the green area?
They have to demolish certain structures in order for them to meet the minimum requirements.
Oh, to be in compliance. Okay.
No, because there's concrete from one side of the driveway to the other side, from front to front, and the entire swale. So there's nothing in here that says that they need to cut the driveway, right? Oh, no, it does.
No, it
The site
does.
plan should indicate 2 feet minimum drainage
It's a
on both
series of-
sides.
Yes, it's a series of conditions that they need to meet in order to get to that
But
minimum requirement.
but the swale's not there. I would want to add that on there. If they don't have a permit, I guess that's pending checking to see if they did that legally or not. And if not, then add that.
Okay, let me just.
Look this way, because you've trying to.
Okay, so the property owner has accepted regarding the swell area that they will check for any permits, street permits that they have been issued. And if they're not, they will have to obtain one, or they have to correct that situation in the swell area.
So what we're telling them that they have to take off, because looking at aerial view, it looks like they have a U around the backyard.
Correct.
Is that closed in structures or that's
No,
just aluminum
they're
roof,
all
like
open, all open.
all
Mhm.
open?
Mhm.
And the pool has also permits pulled on all of that?
For the pool, yes.
So we're requesting them to legalize that or to knock down that structure?
No, they're legalizing some and they're removing
Moving
some.
others,
Correct,
okay.
exactly.
But
And
none of those are closed?
none of
walls?
those are closed, no.
Okay.
Through the chair, do we know, I guess, do they have to tell us, do we know which roof they're removing and where they're gonna get the
Yeah.
30% from?
Yes. Mhm.
Like where they're gonna cut to have drainage?
Yeah, they're doing here and here.
So all the area to the uh, so all the area to the northeast corner, it's going to have to be converted into green area. In the front also, and into the side also, there's going to have to provide green area. So the minimum square footage that they need to have to be shown on plans is 2,484 square feet of pervious area throughout the entire lot.
Sorry. All right, I'm good.
And I had those questions too in the beginning. They're at the zoning stage, correcting setback issues and pervious area issues. They might have to tear up half of the cement they poured to get to the 30%. That they have to do to
That
get
is
the,
the
but
building.
from this point, then it goes to building, and building may look at all these structures and go, tear them down. They're not built to code. So this is just the beginning. In order for them to get the violation completely, a final close complied with, everything's got to be up to code.
Yeah.
All they're doing is the setbacks, and you're allowing the setback between the shed and the roof and all that, which should be 10 feet, things like that. But if this wasn't done by code, they're gonna have to tear it all down anyway. It's got to be done right?
You informed her of the swale?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, and she understood.
But yeah, but I get her point. In case it was overlooked, that swale may have not been, and streets department has to permit it, you know, if they're gonna cement it with all the requirements. Anyhow, pleasure of the council on this.
Motion for approval.
Motion with conditions, of course, for approval, Councilman Luis Gonzalez.
Second?
Second from Councilman Luis Rodriguez. Please call the roll.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Marrero. All right, 16, land use amendments, item A. Court? Someone- I'm sorry? Oh, my lord.
That's a school bus.
Oh, my, okay, sorry. Oh.
She lives there. Good. Yes, first reading of proposed ordinance amending the future land use map from major institution and transportation and utilities to commercial. Properties identified by folio number 04203500100550 and a portion of approximately 160.13 feet by 295.07 feet, 1.08 acres of property located at 1550 West 60th Street, Hialeah, zoned R2, 1 and 2 Family Residential District, and R1, 1 Family District, and legally described in Exhibit A, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
So we have, you're representing,
Yes, Cesar
The
Mestre,
applicant, go
office
ahead.
at 8105 Northwest 155th Street, Miami Lakes, Florida. Good evening. As you know, you may remember this was tabled last time. So we're
Mhm.
going forward now. I've been brought on board to make the presentation along with Manny Reyes, the architect on this project.
Mhm.
This is two things, and I'd like to make one presentation, Mr. President, if possible, for both 16A and 16C.
I think we can do that if nobody opposes. We'll get the land use and the zoning with one presentation.
Thank you very much.
A denial after the denial or what?
With whichever way it
Okay,
goes.
so go on.
The first part is the land use amendment. Property presently has a designation of major institutions, transportation and utilities. We're asking for it to go to commercial. The second part is a rezoning from R1, R2 to C2. Next slide. This is located on West 60th Street, right off the corner of West 16th Avenue, behind the shopping center. The church, which is there on the left side, owns that property, and it owns what used to be, at some point, I guess, an FPL easement that's located to the east and goes all the way from 60th Street to 58th Street. Next slide. This is just showing you the land use on one side and the zoning on the other. It's important to notice that the north part of this, off of 60th, is land use designation as major institutions. So under major institutions, there's the possibility of a school, government buildings, college, hospital. Those are things that are allowed under major institutions. The south portion is R1 or R2, which would be single-family residences or duplexes. And I ask you to keep in mind that a house or a duplex has the ability, as a matter of right, to be a two-story structure. This does have these FPL easements, which kind of make it difficult for anything to really fit in there and comply with that. But I just bring that to you so that you're aware of what the possibilities could be. Next slide. On the conditions of the land use approval from your staff. They talk about the properties in the process of being partitioned into two different parcels. The west parcel, which on this slide is shown as parcel number 1, is where the church and the parking for the church is. Then parcel number 2 is where the proposal is for the recreational vehicle and boat parking. So they're planning on dividing those two, and that's one of the conditions for your land use approval. In preparing for this, and I was here last time when I heard all of the presentation and the questions, so I wanted to make sure that I answered any and every question that you guys brought up last time. But more importantly, I was sitting there going, how can these folks get this accomplished, but be good neighbors to the neighborhood? And I understand you guys represent the neighborhood, you represent your constituents, and that's very important. So my concentration is how do we get this done and not affect the quality of life of these folks that live there? You have 11 houses that border what's this proposed parking lot, okay? Now, I went around the neighborhood and I took some pictures. Next slide. This is what the neighborhood looks like this week. I went out there this week and took those pictures. These are not 3 blocks away. These are not 4 blocks away. These are the streets right around the proposed parking lot. The picture on the right is directly, that backyard is directly adjacent to where the proposed property where we want to do the parking lot. Next slide. Again, these are the streets that border the property that we are talking about. The one on the left, I thought was interesting because you have a number of cars parked in front of the house, but then you have a number of cars parked on the side of the house. It's supposed to be a single family home. Next slide. This one's directly south of where the proposed parking lot is. So I'm not saying anything bad about these folks. I just want you to be aware of what this neighborhood looks like. Next slide. So as I said, this is a peculiar property because it's an FPL easement, or was an FPL easement, or is a privately owned FPL easement property. I'm aware that there's a whole line of FPL easement that goes north and south through the city. So I did a little research and I found out that the properties to the south, the easements to the south, are either owned by Dade County or FPL. The ones to the north, there's some that go to the north. Some are owned by the city of Hialeah. And I've noticed that all of the publicly owned properties are either vacant or there's been some really nice work done. There's parks. The ones on West 15th Avenue, kind of like between 73rd and 75th Street, beautiful, beautiful park with trees, absolutely gorgeous. That one goes up. You go to 76th Street, owned by the city of Hialeah, the beautiful park that you guys did with the art, that walkway, absolutely gorgeous. At the end of that, there's one little corner there that's privately owned. That's still part of the FPL easement. That became the parking lot for the adult club that's located on 20th Avenue. Now it's empty and it's overgrown. It just looks terrible. The other privately owned FPL easements are West 20th Avenue, West 19th Avenue, between 19th and 20th, behind the warehouses. It goes from 76th Street all the way to like 79th Street. And what is there is commercial parking of boats, trucks, you name it, it's in there. And the other one is between West 16th Avenue and West 15th Avenue on West 35th Street. And it's 4 lots. Next slide. This is a picture of our actual lot which is the one on the left. And this picture is important because the owner, the church, was forced to put this chain link fence. But that wasn't enough. They had to put the chain and they had to put the lock. And even with the chain and the lock, folks still find their way into the empty lot to do drugs, to hang out, to loiter. They've had problems with homeless people. And I hope that before second reading, I'll be able to have a printout of the police grid to see how many calls have been had at this place, because it hasn't been just a beautiful green area. It's been a problem. It's been a nuisance. Directly to the south, this is on the same street, on 58th Street, just the south side. You see, this is the other FPL easement that this is owned by Dade County. As you can see from the picture, there's vehicles that are going in and out of there because you can see the tire tracks. You can see that there's cars parked back there. More importantly, you see the signs. No dumping signs. Why does the government put up no dumping signs in places like this? Because you've been having a problem with people dumping. So I just want you to make you aware of what is going on in this area. Next picture. This is, again, a little further south, just south of 58th Street. You have the FPL easement owned by Miami-Dade County. As you can see, some of the residents have decided that they want to take over this property. If you look at the picture on the left, you've got 5 boats parked behind this house on what is supposed to be the easement. Directly across from that, if you look real close, it's either a mechanic shop, a junkyard, it's just a bunch of things in that backyard, but it's not his backyard. It's the easement of the property that's there. On the picture on the right, you can tell where that property ends. You can see the line right after the 2 swimming pools. As you can see, that neighbor on the bottom of the picture just decided, I'm going to take over and park an RV and some other vehicle there and make it part of my yard. Again, I just want you to be aware of what is going on there. Next slide. These pictures are the pictures of the 2 privately owned FPL easement properties. The 2 privately owned. The one on the left is the one between 19th and 20th Avenue. That long rectangular thing you see full of vehicles, that's the one that's privately owned. I'll show you another picture, but the important thing here, and I don't want our proposal to be grouped with these 2 privately owned FPL easement properties. Why? Because these are not following none of the things that we are going to propose to try to be good neighbors to these folks that live here. As you can see, the picture on the left side, the west side, you have warehouses. Okay, not a problem. Then there's an alley. Then there's a fence. The issue is on the east side, you have residential properties. One of the things that we are proposing is a very, very detailed landscape program that will benefit the residents and create a real buffer between the residences and the parking. That does not exist here. On the right side is the other privately owned FPL property. It's 4 lots. It's been divided into 4 lots. And as you can see, again, a lot of parked commercial vehicles. Again, same scenario. Warehouses to the west, single-family homes to the east. Absolutely no landscaping buffer. I want to say that there may not even be a wall dividing one from the other. So again, I don't want us to be grouped with those folks. Next picture. These are taken in the alley of the privately owned FPL easement located off of West 20th Avenue. As you can see, I have no other way of saying it. It's kind of a big mess. They have everything in there. Boats, commercial vehicles, vehicles that don't operate, you name it, it's in there. Forklifts, everything else. Next picture. This is the same area, but a little further down. As you can see, containers, commercial vehicles again. Next slide. This is the one located off of West 35th Street between 15th and 16th Avenue. As you can see, commercial vehicles. You can see the residences behind there. I couldn't get to the other side to take the pictures, but I just wanted you to see that. And you can see the power lines overhead. So that's what makes it part of this FPL easement. Next slide. The proposal that we have before you is for recreational and boat parking only. No commercial vehicles, no trucks. It's a total of 81 spaces. You have the different dimensions here, 25 of 22 feet, 1 of 25, 38 of 30, 14 of 38, and they're all 12 wide, so I'm not mentioning those. And 3 ADA compliant for a total of 81 spaces. Again, the theme is how can we be good neighbors? So the proposal is on the next slide. This is a rendering, which is actually one of the best renderings I've seen in all this time. They actually superimposed it over the actual neighborhood. So this is what it would look like. Administration met with the owners and they requested that on the right side, that walking path be added. That's something that the owner's willing to do. That's not going to be an inexpensive thing. I estimate it's going to be probably over $100,000. And I understand why they asked for it, because hopefully someday the property to the south that's owned by Miami-Dade County will be as nice as the park that you guys did on 76th Street. And the part to the north will be as nice as that park. And then this will tie it all in together. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
The picture that I'm seeing here on the trees, is that the way it's gonna look, or did you just show me the?
I'm going to get into significant more detail on the
Got it,
trees.
Thank you.
Because I think that's the most important part. The next one is another rendering showing a different angle. And the one right after that. The next one. This is a rendering of what's supposed to be eye level from somebody's backyard looking towards the parking. Okay? So you're looking at this, I'm looking at this going, okay, yeah, I've seen renderings before. How can you assure me that it's really going to be like this? And I called zoning and I said, look, I really want to give this thing some teeth. This has to be like for real. We're not just going to put lush landscaping. That doesn't mean too much to me. So we came up with some wording and a proposal that will be implemented into, if you guys decide to approve this, into the declaration of restrictions or the covenant that gets recorded in Miami-Dade County. So that will be part of this deal. What we came up with is specific species, the Clusia rosea, the shrubs will be Clusia roseas, and they have to be 15-gallon size. They have to be spaced every 3 feet. So that means that on the east side, there will be 200 shrubs that will be planted. And on the west side, there will be 100 shrubs planted. So that'll be 300 Clusia roseas planted there. In addition to that, these have to be 45-gallon size trees. These are trees. There's going to be two different types: green buttonwoods and Clusia rosea. So I didn't know that there was Clusias that are actually trees. And if you guys don't know, Clusias are the ones that you see kind of popping up everywhere. They grow really, really fast, and they really tie together so that there's a solid wall that's created. And those are going to be one of one kind, one of another, one of one kind, one of another, and they're going to be put 45 total in the area. So 45 trees, 300 bushes. As I said, these are going to be part of the declaration of restriction. Next slide, please. These are actual pictures of what those bushes are going to look like once they're planted. These are the two types of bushes that we are committing to providing on the property. Next slide. These are the trees. These are part of the 45 trees that will be planted to create the landscaping and the buffer between the property and the parking lot.
There's going to be a combination of them.
The trees are going to be planted one of one type, one of another, one of one type, one of another, the 45. And the bushes are going to be 3 foot apart, planting
Okay.
originally. So the idea is that they grow and they do this. I also, next picture.
Great. Caesar, the picture of the Clusia tree
Yes.
and the last slide, how many gallons is that tree right there in the picture? Because I just looked up a Clusia tree, 45 gallon, and it's tiny.
Well, I'm gonna.
Okay.
I have something
Okay.
that addresses that.
Thank you.
Next slide. This is a 1 gallon plant versus the 15 gallon. This is the size or the ones that have to be for the bushes that are going to be planted. Okay. I tried to get one that had a person with, but I didn't. I couldn't get it. Next slide. And this is 1 gallon versus 45 gallons. And I don't know too much about landscaping, but I know that they go based on the size of this container, because that way the roots are grown, and they kind of start them in the little ones and they start moving them up as they grow bigger and bigger. So obviously the idea is so that they're not baby trees or baby seedlings, that there will be an immediate effect, and these bushes and trees grow fast. So the idea is that this will be a quick, fast buffer in addition to the 6 foot wall that will be put up. So next slide. The answer to my question was, how do we become good neighbors? How do we do this the right way? And here's what we've come up with. The owner will build the walkway to connect the Lydian Park at the owner's expense. There will be no vertical improvements. Nothing's going to go up other than trees, and that's it. There's not going to be any building. There's not going to be any place where a security guard is going to hang out. There's no other construction going on. The 6 foot masonry wall with the lush landscaping, I put very detailed because I believe that that's what we've been able to accomplish. On both sides, between the residential and the parking, and on the west side, right after the walkway and the church. Staff recommended, and I think that's what they've agreed on, a chain link fence on the north side and the south side, is what I understand.
For the entrances and
Right.
exits, yeah.
Right, the gate. No, go ahead.
On the fence, you can, if I'm driving, I can see through
No,
on the fence.
no.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, if you drive it in through, yeah, but the rest of the chain link fence, Manny knows everything.
Thank you, Manny.
Is, we have the fuchsia hedges, which are gonna block, and then we're gonna have some trees behind that as it's shown on the render.
Okay, so
But not at the entrance. I think the councilman is asking on West 60th Street. Will you be able to see in? How do the boats and the RVs get in if you can't?
Right, I'm sorry, Jason. Manny Rose Architect, the area where you approach and you have to be able to see to get through the gates. But anything that is away from the gates is gonna be having the hedge behind it and the trees behind it.
Got it.
So in other words, when you're driving on both 58th Street and 60th, you basically after we put up all the landscaping, you won't be able to see unless you have the entrance areas you can't put trees there.
But is the gate, sorry, through the chair, is the gate see-through, the entrance gate, the
Yeah,
gate that opens?
No, they're sliding gates.
But is it a chain link fence? Is it panels? What kind of material is that
Probably
fence?
it will be a chain link fence you cannot put for such a long gate. It will probably be an aluminum gate or fence.
So then
that
you
will
can't
be
see into the
decoration.
property.
I'm sorry?
So you won't be able to see into the
Yes,
property?
yes, it'll probably have aluminum sheets behind it,
Okay.
part of the decoration.
If that is something that you guys,
Yes.
we can, yeah,
We need to clarify.
we can add that.
Thank you.
I'm sure I can convince my client to say, we will put landscaping so you can't see on 58th or 60th.
Okay.
And we will make sure that the gate is covered in some fashion
Got
so
it.
that you can't see.
Okay.
Through the
I've seen
chair,
pic-
really quick, you said the masonry wall on the side of the sidewalk is after the sidewalk or before it? Like, does the sidewalk cross on the inside of the property?
There's a sidewalk on 60th. I imagine there's going to be a sidewalk, or there is a sidewalk on 58th.
Or, well,
But the
sidewalk-
walkway,
Yeah, the walkway.
the walkway that goes north to south,
Uh-huh.
my understanding is the gate will be to the west of that. That will be closed off when the parking lot is closed.
So to
I-
use the.
and my
walkway-
understanding is part of that is concerns from the police,
Okay.
not to have that
Okay.
available in the dark at night when everything's closed,
So,
because it could create an issue.
but there'll be access for people who want to use the walkway during the day. They cross through the property,
Yeah.
so anyone could go in to the property?
Well, my understanding is to go into the property, you have a fob. That's my next point on the project. So you will need a fob to get in and out.
So the walkway would only be accessible
So-
to people with the fob?
The walkway. The walkway is only available to,
Like park hours from sunset to sunrise. It
But
will be closed.
again, it'll be closed, but
It will be closed because you're gonna have a fence along 60th Street and a fence along 58th Street. So it's going to be all fenced in.
so we'll have an additional gate for pedestrians
okay.
that will be able to walk in during daylight hours
And will they have,
and will be locked once
but will those pedestrians have access to the rest of the parking lot? Like,
yes, yes,
Yeah, whenever you access, yes.
you'll be inside the parking garage, yes. If there's a concern, we can try to separate it somehow.
yeah, it just seems like,
I see what you're saying.
anyone.
Kind of
being
makes
able
sense to me.
Yeah, you get
Maybe
me?
we should have an additional fence.
Additional fence
Yeah.
or,
I agree.
that seems like it would cause a problem
I agree.
if just anyone had access
Yes,
to
let
this.
let
parking
the walkway be separate
Mhm.
from the parking lot. I'm sure that won't be an issue.
That's a good idea.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
So it'll be fob entry into the park. That's the parking lot. Obviously they'll be computerized. So, we use it in my office. If somebody's authorized to come in, you get in, you get out. But obviously, after hours, it's turned off for everybody. This was a big part for you guys. And I handed out something that's one of the companies that we're talking to. Active contract with 24-hour surveillance. And I've just found out about this. They actually have it where it's AI enhanced. So what does this mean? There is somebody that's in a room. These companies provide the service. Several people in a room watching the cameras. But if for some reason those folks are not attentive, the AI picks up on anything that's going on that they don't pick up. They will call the police. They will do whatever needs to be done at that point. In addition to that, we are agreeing to have our employees go 3 times a day at least, 7 a.m., noon, and 7 p.m. All of the contracts will be a minimum of a 3-month rental. Hialeah residents will be given a preference. I know that was talked about last time, and I know legal had comments on it, but if we do it voluntarily, I don't think there's an issue, but they will give Hialeah residents preference. No commercial vehicles, no activity between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m., no mechanical repairs, no maintenance operation, no cleaning of recreational vehicles or boats, no sewer or water to service the RVs at the site. The site to receive a monthly code enforcement inspection, voluntarily saying, come here every month, make sure that everything's running the way it's supposed to be. This one I had to come up with, which is,
So Cesar, when it comes down, this is strictly leisure,
this is strictly,
leisure. Just your own property, what you, excuse me, who you use for vacation.
Correct.
Boats and RVs.
correct. And then this one, I think Councilman Exabi, I looked this, I saw the video and I thought that this one addressed some of the concerns that you had, and I believe Councilman Rodriguez. No vehicles allowed that are dilapidated, rusted, partially dismantled, have flat tires, broken windows, missing body panels, substantial exterior damage, or otherwise constitute a visual nuisance. We agree that there will only be a right turn coming out of the parking lot on West 60th Street. No exit on 58th Street. There will be a police and fire exit. They have a special key or special remote that opens it, but nobody else will be able to do that. So there'll be no traffic affecting the residential area on 58th Street. All vehicles and trailers must have a valid tag and registration. No tarps or other makeshift coverings except commercially manufactured fitted covers in good condition. Next slide. This is part of the little pamphlet that I gave out, just showing you that these are the companies that are available. They're presently talking to 2 or 3 of them, but this is the one that I think is in the forefront right now. And during the last discussion, I heard several of you, next slide, mention that there is a need for this type of thing. I think you can see it from the pictures, even from the same neighborhood. These folks have cars and other things that RVs parked that they need a place to be. So this is the best that I came up with to try to be a good neighbor. Nobody promised the residents that this would always be a green area, even though it's been a green area, but it's been a green area that's had problems. The reality is it's kind of been a nuisance. It's been an attraction to folks that want to do things where you can't do it out in public. They're there doing drugs. They're there doing other things. They're there if they're homeless. It's been an issue. So is it beautifying the neighborhood? I don't think so. But is it an improvement? I think it is. And does it help with a need that the city has? I think it does. So based on this presentation, based on your staff's recommendation of approval, based on your P&Z board's recommendation of approval, we respectfully ask you to approve the land use amendment and the rezoning and allow this project to go forward. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you guys may have.
Through the chair.
Just pardon me one second. Before, this is on first reading, so I don't know if I see a lot of people in the audience. I don't know who's here against this. If you're here in the audience against this project, I can't let you speak today, but if you just want to stand up and I'll just acknowledge that there are people here. Anybody, hay alguien que esté opuesto a este proyecto de la 60 calle que está hablando, que está aquí presente para expresarse. No se pueden expresar hoy, pero quiero reconocer que está ahí. Nobody?
Through the chair.
Easier. Go now. Yes, please. You have it.
It's just
Oh,
one quick question.
Go ahead.
Can we add to the covenant the double stacking bolt trailers to make sure that they don't have in the future?
Absolutely.
Can we do that?
There's 81 slips, so maximum of 81 vehicles, be it RVs or boats.
Yeah, but if we can add that, that will be,
Absolutely.
and also for the future, let's say 20 years from now, they sell that property to somebody. All these rules.
The
follow
covenant
to-
gets recorded with Dade County and it says that it's good for 30 years.
Okay,
And then it can be extended later on.
okay. Thank you.
And anybody that buys it subject to that covenant. They have to comply.
Thank you.
Can I say something real quick? Basically, the site lighting, I addressed when I did the previous presentation, so it'll be the proper site light bulbs with the baffles, that the lighting will not protrude into the neighbors. I just wanted to make that clear, please.
So I have a question, and I know there was,
Yes.
for all the shrubs and the trees that we're gonna put for, that are being proposed to put for cover, is there irrigation for that? It's not gonna, right?
Yes.
There isn't, okay, they're not gonna die on them.
Code required.
Code required.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was it. Any, go ahead. Somebody had a question
Yeah,
over here?
through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
President Carl Zogby, I just wanted to mention that although there is not anybody here in opposition, there is a petition that was signed by the residents, as well as several emails and letters sent to our offices that are not being shown or read out here, but I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that.
Mhm.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you, Caesar, for that presentation and providing some visuals. To say that this is better than what's there, and that's why we should vote for it, I think limits our creativity, right? Of what we could bring to this location. I believe that right now it's poor planning. Yes, it's a problem. And there's not lighting. We have something like that in Artman Park that isn't gated, but it does have lighting and it's turned into a walkable area and a park for kids of that neighborhood, and many people use it. So maybe that's something in the future to that other property that you showed in the north, that's something we could do. However, to say that this would be, plan B, I think is limiting our creativity as a council, because I believe that this is beyond, compatible to that area. The site plan that you showed, it just goes to show all those pictures that you showed of all the other locations that this is already here. There's a need, but we've already addressed that need. It's not like we have none of these properties in the city. Miami Lakes doesn't have this. I'm sure Coral Gables isn't going to do this. I'm sure, there's certain locations that wouldn't even think of bringing something like this to their city, and we already have offered it in several locations. And you saw what an eyesore it is. So I don't know the restrictions that are on that property. I can't speak for them. I don't know, how many times code has gone out there and violated them. But imagine if it's already here and it already has all that forklift, those containers, eventually, if they don't keep on keeping up with that property, it turns into that. There's also no drainage, right? Because we're telling them, no, you can't wash your boats here, which is great. But who's to say, now that we said that we can't look into the property, right? And although management's gonna go at 7, 12, and 7 p.m., what's happening between 7 and 12? What's happening between 12 and 7? There's all these guys that wash cars with a power washer and a generator. Who's to say that someone's not gonna pull up with their generator and their power wash, start rinsing this car and leaking all these chemicals? There's nothing put in the restrictions also for fuel and how they're gonna be handling fuel, which is very dangerous for these vehicles as well. It's an eyesore. It's an eyesore, and it's ugly to have something like this right there where Graciano's is, where it's a nice restaurant that has a beautiful back patio area that people go out there and sit out there and could have a glass of wine. To have these tall RVs, and I know because I have an RV that's parked next to my house. And if my window in my bathroom's open too much and they're in there cleaning, getting ready for their upcoming trip, they could see into my bathroom. So I know, and I could sympathize and empathize with these residents, what they may be feeling. Even I have trees. I planted the Calusa trees and they could still see into my property. You know, and I've planted them, I think it was 7 years ago. So, I think that yes, I commend that, you know, you thought about some points, but it's still something that I'm apprehensive approving. I think that we could be more creative as a council. It's a big lot, it's a big property. There's a lot more that we could bring to this location. And it's not to say that there's poor planning, so then let's do this. No, there's poor planning, so then let's plan appropriately. What was the other issue that I thought about? What I know that there was that we could have Claudia and I spoke about that the zoning could go in once a month to check that they're doing what they have to do. But is there anything in the restrictions that we wrote that says if they have, I don't know, however many violations that they're gonna have to shut it down on those visits?
We can definitely work on some of a schedule within timeline to figure it out if there are violations for the declaration or, you know, even further issues that there will be a revocation of their CO.
Okay. And then I could just imagine, like, I know that when you turn on these RVs or these boats to make sure that they're working before you go out for the long weekend on Memorial, it makes a sound when it's on idle. It goes right while they warm up. They see if it's working. You have to turn on the vehicle. You have to like warm it up.
They won't
And
be
it's-
able to.
But it's at 5 a.m. that they're allowed to go into the property.
They won't be able to.
They can't turn on the
You
motor.
need to have the water connected to the engine when it's running. If not, it'll burn out. They can't do it.
They can't turn on, but they have to turn on the motor of the RV.
The RV,
Yeah.
yes, not the boat.
Yeah, but you turn it on, you're getting it ready. There's a noise that's associated with that. And I could just imagine like 5 RVs turning on their motors at 5 a.m. before Memorial Weekend, and it makes a really loud noise, you know? And we have to be considerate of our neighbors. I mean, I don't know. I think that the location, how narrow that property is, I don't think it's something that I feel comfortable approving. And I feel that it's a lack of creativity on our part if we approve that. Your presentation showed that there's already these locations in the city, 3 locations. It's not that we don't offer it at all. We do offer it, and it's already poorly maintained. So it could get out of control. The fact that we can't look into the property at 10 a.m. And there's still a lot of things that you would have to write into the restrictions, I think, for us to feel safe and comfortable. As it pertains to the gas, as it pertains to having generators, as it pertains to having power washers, as it pertains to, you know, idling early in the morning with your vehicle parked. 5 a.m. is really early too, but I know that people go on trips early, and that's probably a reasonable time in other lots. But I don't think that this location is worthy of this parking lot. I think that we should be creative as a council and bring something nice, that it's a long property, make it something pretty, engage in this opportunity, that we have that park, that we could have a little outdoor cafe. We could include someone that wants to bring in like a little bike trail. We can make it really pretty if we get the right partners involved. And maybe we could sit with them and give them some ideas, Claudia, if this doesn't work out. But I don't know. I think that it's just scary, all the restrictions that have to be involved just to approve it, and we're still not comfortable with it. So that's where I stand. But thank you.
No, if I may respond.
Yes, sir.
The eyesore comment is exactly why I concentrated so much on the landscaping. The 24 hours, 7 days, 365 video monitoring is where the fuel and anybody coming to watch cars would be taken care of. That would immediately trigger them. We can add a time constraint to the RVs turning on in the mornings. Like I said, the boats cannot do it. And the reason I showed you the pictures of the other private lots is to show you what we are not going to be, and that's why all of the restrictions were placed in there. Most of all, I think that it's very, very critical and important to understand, and that's why I differentiated between privately owned and publicly owned. For a private person they decide what goes on their property with your approval or disapproval. But obviously there's a need and a market for this type of thing. And for some reason, it gravitates exactly to this type of lot. This FPL easement seems to be made for this type of thing. But the private owner gets to decide what he would want on his property within the constraints of the city code. But to think that somebody is going to put a few tables out there in a walkway, I don't think is realistic, with all due respect. But, you know, we're trying to do the best we can to kind of balance it out. And I understand your comments.
Through the chair.
Are you done?
Am I done? Let's see, am I done? There was another question that I had. To the size of the vehicle, the boats and the RVs, if there's a limited restricted size to the boats that are allowed to park,
Well, they're going to be constrained by the size of the parking stalls.
which would be, I didn't see the size of it. I just saw the image, but it didn't have marked.
No, it
Like
it
a-
was on that page that I'll show you right now.
I think the largest one was 12 by 38.
Well, by what?
Yeah, they were all 12. The longest one was 38. I'll tell you right now. First one I'm looking for, I can't find it. It was slide 15. And it's 25, 12 by 22,
22?
12 by 22 feet long.
Mhm.
One that's 12 by 25. 38 that are 12 by 30. And 14 that are 12 by 38. Those are the big ones. Those are the biggest ones.
Okay, and those are parked on which side of the lot? Are they parked on the side of the walkway or on the residence?
If you look at the rendering,
I'm looking,
unfortunately,
it doesn't say.
they're shown on the side of the residences.
Okay.
And I asked because I would have preferred to have seen them on the side of the church.
Uh-huh.
But my understanding is that due to the FPL easement restrictions, this is the only way that it could work.
And
So the
was
parking
there-
stalls, the sizes were distributed to be able to comply with the FPL restrictions.
And the entrance to that parking, is it wide enough for that RV to turn and loop in? Is it? Was there space to make it
Let's
wider?
ask the architect. I really don't.
There's space to make it wider. I don't know if they would have to encroach onto the oncoming lane.
It has about a 40-foot radius, 45-foot radius when you come in or more. When you come in, you can go left and park backwards, or you can go straight back and then also park backwards. Most of these vehicles are gonna be parked backwards. In other words,
Right.
the engine will be in the front and the whatever. It will be like the boats will be parked backwards, of course, so they can hang up and leave, and the RVs also, so you don't have people basically driving backwards, they just drive forward.
They just right.
The radiuses here that we've shown are.
But they can't drive into the parking lot backwards.
I'm sorry?
They can't drive into the lot backwards.
No, because.
They just loop.
Sign, you come in.
Right.
And you back out.
And you back out.
Park and when you leave.
The other way,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Through the chair.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you want to?
No, go ahead, Woody.
Go ahead.
Really quick, I am a little, do have some reservations about this project. As you know, Councilman De La Vega said, I have had residents reach out, spoken to a couple of them, and I think their concerns are genuine, right? For one thing that I think that hasn't been brought up, the exit falls between like two school zones. You have a school on 16th, you have one on 12th.
Right.
Are we concerned at all? Has there been any traffic study as to during those school hours, right? The incoming or outcoming of boats or RVs, how it would affect already being, right, a road between two school zones?
They'll be making a right turn, so it won't have anything to do with the one on 16th, right?
Right.
And the one on 12th is just south of there, Palm Springs Middle. But I don't see how there would be a need for a traffic study when you have 81 vehicles
Okay.
that will mostly be used on weekends when there's no school.
Okay, as far as drainage, what measures have been taken to address flooding or?
Like I said on the previous hearings, this is going through Sharon Outwork, which is their best civil engineer in town. And she's been with us for over 25, 30 years. And it will be based on percolation tests, design, and approval by the building department. That's basically simple stuff. It will be, the French drains will be designed according to the percolation test. And they work perfectly. So
Okay.
we don't have a problem with drainage.
In the event of a hurricane, are these vehicles gonna stay on site? Are they gonna have any tie down measures, anything to ensure that there's no boat or RV ends up in someone's backyard?
I would imagine the owners are going to be really concerned about that. So whatever I think they decide is safest,
Can we put something into writing to ensure that they have to?
what would be your preference? I'm at a loss right now. I don't know. I really don't know which would be better. If the RV's there and it blocks the wind from the residents, or if it's not, I really don't know.
I mean, the issue would be, right, if it gets a boat or an RV get picked up, right? A smaller RV, a smaller trailer, or a smaller boat gets picked up and it ends up in someone's backyard, or, I mean, can there be any sort of measure,
We
right?
can probably add, and I would feel comfortable adding something along the lines of whatever the fire department or the police department consider adequate measures to take in the event of a storm. I don't have a problem with that.
So they would have to, you're saying in the event of a storm, they would have to clear out the lot and put in a warehouse?
Or tie it down.
Or tie it
somehow.
down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Whatever, for example, when you're building a house and you're in the middle of putting on your roof, you have the tiles up there. I know you got to tie them in bundles so that the wind can't blow them around. You got to cut your coconuts down from your coconut trees. So whatever measures, I am not familiar with it. That's why I'm not giving you a suggestion. But whatever measures are in place when there's a storm, and I would think there's different, one for just storm watch or storm warning, whatever measures the fire department or the police department consider adequate, that's what they'll do. I think that,
As is, I wouldn't feel comfortable proceeding with it. If you guys did come back with some sort of solution, I am open to hear it. But that is something that would be important, would be mostly, public safety, ensuring that the residents are, not
I didn't think about it. That's a good idea.
Just
Through the
for
chair.
reference of the council,
Okay.
the Florida Fish and Wildlife actually does set forth procedures that are to be followed, especially for vessels that cannot be moved. So that might be a resource
Perfect. Okay.
here.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some type of guideline or rules out there, and we'll abide by them. That's not a problem.
That's a great point. I'll never forget during Hurricane Andrew, my parents drove through Homestead, and there was a boat right in the middle of a house, anchored in the middle of the house, that flew up. So that's an excellent point.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Caesar, thank you so much for the presentation. So I know you ended the presentation with that there is a need, and I do believe there is a need, which is why we see so many pictures right in the neighborhood of boats being parked at people's houses. But I do know that in that area, not even a mile away, there is a lot where if residents wanted to park it and wanted to pay the fee to park, they have that ability, right? I think I said it in the last meeting, when I visited the church and I found out that land was theirs, I was excited that they owned that land, because I thought that maybe the project that would go there would be something that would be great for the community, something that would be great for the parishioners. Maybe I'm missing it, but I don't see, and again, we make, or let me speak for myself, but I up here represent the residents and want to make sure that I'm doing things that are going to better the quality of life of our residents. And I just don't see where this project benefits the parishioners from that church. I do have many phone calls from residents in that area. As you know, there is a petition out there kind of opposing this.
I have not seen it, so I don't know.
Okay, so there's a petition out there from residents in the area that has been shared with us, which I'm kind of surprised hasn't been, yeah, well, it's in the backup, but I feel like this is something that should be published. We've received several emails and several calls about this. So again, and I'm just trying to see things from different points of views as to how this is beneficial. One of the biggest concerns too is we mentioned lighting, right? So we know that this area needs to be lighted, right? And we were told that there was going to be lights across the project. Is that correct? How much lighting?
Foot candles and the photometric by our electrical engineer will determine the type of lighting is going to be LED. The heights will be determined by the photometric.
Okay.
And like I said before, there will be baffles behind it, so the spillage does not go into the neighbors. Right.
Okay, so, we know that there's houses directly on this, facing the property. And so when we have lighting that's going to be 8, 10, 12 feet up in the air, these lights are going to be on at night, right? And so I can foresee these residents being disturbed by a light that's going to be turned on all night while residents are sleeping. We get those complaints all the time now. This is something that hasn't been discussed, but this is a big issue, right? And what about lighting pollution? We haven't addressed that. Yes, if you want to come to the mic.
Manny Rose Architect. We have baffles that are designed to prevent the light spillage towards the back. We just did a project in Pompano Beach where the turtles, the issue with the turtles is 25 times worse than this. And we had to come up with different baffle designs as to the spillage will never go within 200, 250 feet towards the ocean where the water hits. So we're very familiar with that. There will be baffles that the spillages won't, and the lights across will be limited into the projection wattage wise, so it will not interfere beyond and also keep in mind that these single family residents are supposed to be 20 to 25 to 30 feet from the backyard, or if not more. So that gives you a bigger distance, plus the landscaping will block a great deal of your quote unquote spillage. So that's why we're using the 45-gallon tanks, which will be probably 12 to 15, 16, 18 feet high trees.
Yeah,
I mean,
understood. And I think that the intention is there, but I don't know of any light that honestly just covers from the wall this way and doesn't spill back. Right. So there is that hesitation.
So if there's a light facing, let's say, west, and it's in the parking lot, I can, with a baffle behind it, there will be no light going to the residents at all. I'm trying to think of an example, because I just put some lights in my house and the light will go only forward. It won't go to the sides or back. It's impossible.
Another thing that I wanted to mention was the school. The school that is right there on 16th is Milam. So if you've ever been to that school in the morning or during pickup, drop off, right, they don't have a parking. So families park on the Graziano's shopping. They park in the corner, and there is families for a good 2 hours walking. I go through there in the morning. Having boats and RVs and this type of traffic, I feel like is a hazard to the families who are walking there. We're talking about big, vehicles on these streets. I can foresee going down 60th and making a left to get into the parking, which would be illegal, but I can foresee that. I do see that And I do predict that this is going to be a nightmare when it comes to traffic. Just one second. And then my other concern is that I know that the wall is supposed to be 6 feet, which is kind of eye level, but these RVs and these boats are 8, 10, and 12 feet tall. So is there any consideration of making these walls, if it were to pass, to making these walls higher?
I would be all for it. There would just be an additional variance that would be required, no?
Your landscaping buffer could be higher.
Yeah, landscaping is
And
gonna be a
if
lot
you're
higher.
going back to the
but-
wall, though.
I just wanted to, it's just hard. I will say, kind of to echo what Councilwoman Perez said, and I know that we keep saying that this is an FPL easement and we have those lines there, but Artman Park is a beautiful park. It's used by so many. Again,
I agree 100% with you.
yeah, I
100%.
really wish it
But
was a
it's not owned
different
by the city of
project.
Hialeah. That's the problem.
Well, I think we can get creative and kind of meet with the owners and try to see what else can come up that would actually benefit the neighborhood.
Hospital, school, college.
Or RV parking. I mean, come on. Again, this is just my reflection of what, of the residents that are reaching out to us. Again, I want to work with the church, but I just don't feel in a residential area, this doesn't help the residents. This doesn't help the properties. This actually, if anything, is going to diminish the property values of the people who live around there. And again, people, when they bought their houses there, they didn't think an RV parking, an RV and boat parking was going to be there. There's one less than a mile away. If there is a need, people can go to the other side.
If you have an empty lot, you don't know what's gonna go.
I know, that's why I'm saying, let's get creative and come up with something good that would actually benefit the church, benefit the parishioners, benefit the residents. That is not an eyesore to the community, or that's actually going to diminish the value of that area. I'm sorry.
But-
I just can't support this project.
But I'm hearing different things that are not adding up in my head.
Okay.
We can't look into the property. That's a problem, but it's an eyesore. They don't go hand in hand.
Well, it's an eyesore because right now you have 6-foot walls where you can see any RV or boat that's in there. The front is gated. We don't know exactly what gate is going to be there. It can be like the pictures that you showed us. You see everything through there. You can
From-
see everything.
From 60th Street.
60th and 58th. 58th is a residential area.
Well, 58th doesn't have to open. That one's gonna be completely sealed.
Okay, but it's still going to be an exit for fire, which could open.
It'll have
know,
a gate
and-
that'll be covered as well.
And 60th again is such a main street of ours. So many people, drive through that area. Again, we are trying to improve the city of Hialeah. We are trying to bring great projects to the city. How Councilwoman Perez said, you don't see this in Coral Gables. You would never see this in Miami Lakes. Why Hialeah? Right? Let's bring good projects to our city.
Miami Lakes is in the process of doing one.
Well, I mean, I can't really speak for them, but I would say it's probably something very hard that I don't see somebody, something like that getting approved there. But again, we have one less than a mile away. Can we guide the need there? I'm sure we can. Can we meet with the owners of this property to come up with something that's going to benefit the residents? I just don't think this is a benefit to them. I know it's a great business model, but I don't think it's a benefit to the residents or to the parishioners. And so I'm sorry, but I feel so strongly about this and I just can't support it.
Understood.
Through the chair.
Yeah,
Pardon,
you want to,
Yeah, I just want to say, I made the comment about the left turn, but not necessarily over the school, is that you have a light immediately, okay? But school don't open Saturday and Sunday when most boaters will take out, and probably even the RVs. The buffer towards the end, legally, I think can go up to 8 feet when it comes to the trees. Okay, that's probably going to be, I would suggest that. I think that's a good thing to do, and it's going to buffer it even more, the noise for the wall. Then you have the trees. And like, I'm a boater myself, and yeah, there's incredible need. There's still a need. Just to say, to go to the other one, no, this is the best use that I've ever seen, and the best project that I've ever seen under these FPNL lines. They say no place for a cafeteria. They say no place for it's a private land. It's not even public land. I'd like to make a motion to approve. I think we've said enough. I mean, unless somebody else wants to say something, but we obviously
And
have expressed, a lot of things. They have come here and then try to do everything bend backwards to please everybody's needs. No, it's never going to be perfect or 100%, but I really believe this is the best use here, and this is the best project I've seen under these FPNL lines. And saying that, I'd like to make a motion to approve. Let's give
motion
a
is
second reading
recognized.
coming up, and we'll hear some more after that.
throw.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm gonna be a second.
Motion recognized. Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna be a second to the comment I have is also, listen, you answered all the questions I had. I think as long as we, as the city, maintain the code's gonna keep it clean, I'm fine with that. And also, to be honest with you, I don't want more apartments here also, because that also is gonna contribute to more traffic. And like you said, we also have the possibility of having duplexes and 6 parking lots and all that. Unfortunately, we live in a city that those things happen right now. So that's just my 2 cents. I mean, we are a democracy. We have a chance to vote here. But I'm good with it. Thank you, Caesar. We are gonna hold the city, we're gonna hold them accountable for to be sure everything in that comment is met, okay? So I'm a second.
So we have a second motion from Councilman Luis Rodriguez. Madam Clerk, please
Sir,
call the roll,
before-
barring any other, go ahead.
Before I call a roll, I just wanted to respond to the council vice president regarding the petition. So we add these documents to the backup and provide them to the decision maker. Obviously, it's a public record. The applicant should have it or the applicant's representative, but we're not putting it up on the screen because it's not our presentation. It's the applicant's. If the council would like otherwise, then we can speak and we'll figure it out, but just to respond to the comment. Sure, it is part of the, but she was referring to putting it up on the screen.
And I just meant, sorry, through the
It's
chair.
okay. Yeah.
I just mentioned that because in some of the phone calls, from last meeting to this meeting was, can we get pictures of the project? Well, my response was the meeting shows it. We didn't have any pictures of the project in the last meeting, so the residents who are watching from home, because not everybody can make it to our meetings, right? How do the residents from home get to see these backup? Right?
So
They can't.
can request it and we can
Right,
absolutely provide it.
but I will tell you, unfortunately, we haven't done a good job. And again, this is right, just education purposes, right? But we haven't done a good job where the normal day-to-day resident knows how to request a public record or even knows how to come to a hearing and see what we're, and I guess that's for us to kind of educate the public on. But I do think that something like this or any backup, especially pictures or presentation should be. But I do know that Mr. Mestre today, showed pictures of the project. And so that is now public on the YouTube.
Sure. Well, Claudia's here in the audience, and if, Zoni wants to speak with the mayor and consider putting up the backup on the screen for everyone in the public to see, I don't know what other way we would be able to.
It's in the record.
But the backup is for our information.
It is part of the agenda as well.
Right.
So all the records part of the agenda.
But not the agenda that's published. When
Um,
it's not published, it doesn't, right? When it's published on our website?
So
They can access the backup,
they,
right?
no,
They
they can access the agenda, but not the backup. They would need to request it.
We can address those conditions, so everybody will have access to a full application, a full request.
Thank you.
The vote for the motion to approve, Ms. Perez? M. Perez, I'm sorry?
No.
Pardon me, can I make one quick minor
Yes,
legal,
sir.
just
Identify-
clarification?
go
You
ahead
guys
and
are voting
identify
on the
yourself.
land use amendment. Right now, it was a combined hearing. I just wanted to make sure everybody's on.
Yeah, it's a land use is the first thing we're deciding on.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
No.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
No.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for March 10th, 2026 at 5:30 PM.
All right, with your permission, let's go right to the zoning item on this proposal. So we've got land use done, A, and we're going to, which number is it? 17C. Yes,
First reading of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R1 One Family District and R2 One and Two Family Residential District to C2 Liberal Retail Commercial District for the properties identified by folio number 04203500100550 and a portion of approximately 160.13 feet by 295.0 feet 1.08 acres of the property located at 1550 West 60th Street, Hialeah, zoned R2, 1 and 2 family residential district, and R1, 1 family district, and legally described in
Please,
Exhibit
we
A.
still have a meeting going on. Todavía tenemos reunión andando. Please, salgan para el pasillo. Gracias por venir. Thank you. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you. Gracias por venir.
Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Okay, does anybody, basically, it's gonna be the same thing. Any questions for Caesar? We have a motion from Councilman Luis Rodriguez, a second from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
No.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
I'm sorry, can we just go over this really quick? Can you give me some details on this?
This is exactly the same presentation. This is just the rezoning part.
Okay, this is a zone. Okay,
Yeah.
no.
Ms. M. Perez?
No.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for March 10th, 2026.
Thank you. Zoning item A, Madam Clerk, 17A. Okay.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting a variance permit to allow an interior north side setback of 1.5 feet where 2 feet 7 inches are required for the legalization of an existing metal roof within a legal non-conforming property. In contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-1372, property located at 4938 East 11th Avenue, Hialeah, zoned M3 Industrial District and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
This item is on second reading, open for public discussion. If anybody in the audience or online, barring that, any questions for the motion? Motion from Councilman Luis Rodriguez on item 17A, second from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 17B. Where are you going, Caesar? Aren't you representing 17B? No?
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting a conditional use permit pursuant to City of Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-181, subsection 2I, to allow a K through 5th grade private school with a maximum capacity of 80 students in conjunction with a 143 children daycare center, granting a variance permit to allow 19 parking spaces where 30 parking spaces are required, and to allow a waiver of minimum landscape requirements through landscape mitigation as per Section 98-2235, all in contrast to the City of Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-2189, subsection 8. Property is located at 2400 West 56th Street, Hialeah, zoned R35, multiple family district, and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Bert would have killed you had you walked out, Caesar.
I thought this was that one.
Thank you.
So I take back my good night. And thank you.
17B is on second reading, open for public discussion. Anyone in the audience or online? Absent of that, any questions or discussion from the dais to Caesar? Otherwise, pleasure of the council. We have a tied game here. Motion from Councilwoman Jaylene Perez, second from Councilman Luis Rodriguez. Please call the roll.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Caesar, I have a question. Is this are they currently a K through 5?
They've been since 1992.
Okay, and they've had the same parking spots?
Yes. And
work-
we postponed it last time because we said we were going to get a parking analysis done. We received the parking analysis from the engineer and he's recommending approval the way it is.
Okay. Yes.
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 Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
Again.
You sure? Okay. Moving over to item 17D. Madam Clerk.
17.
Right?
First reading of proposed ordinance granting a variance permit to allow the construction of a single-family home on a substandard lot having a total area of approximately 5,820 square feet, where 7,500 square feet is a minimum required, and allow a lot width of 60 feet, where 75 feet is the minimum required. All in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-499. Property located at 425 East 52nd Street, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, and legally described in Exhibit A. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Is the applicant here, the Vallejos family, or do we need, no, yeah? Okay. Okay, just hold on in case somebody has any questions for you. First reading, pleasure of the council as far as on 17D.
Claudia, what?
Anybody,
Yes,
the
please.
applicant's here in case, guys.
Yes, can you let us know what, a little bit of
Yes,
what?
so basically this property has been platted as such, but it's a small lot. So what happened is considered as a substandard lot. They submit for the building permits to develop it as a single family home, but we had to bring it back to this step because they're not with the current sizes of a lot. So basically that is the only thing that they're requesting is to develop it as a substandard lot.
Okay.
If I may through the chair, Claudia,
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
just a piece, it's just a lot. There's not a standing building there.
No, it's a vacant lot right now.
It's a vacant lot.
It's a vacant lot. No. You want to come? You want to come?
Yeah. Identify yourself, just name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Teresita, and the address is 425 East 52nd Street.
Teresita, your full name?
Yes, Teresita Vallejos.
Thank you. Go
Yeah.
on. Did anybody have any further questions from Ms. Payette?
So this land has always been a vacant lot. We recently purchased it and we're building that home, but it's never had a property on it. Only had a tree, but it's been torn down before we even purchased the property.
Thank you. Motion.
And is this,
Sorry.
if I may,
Go ahead.
is this
Go
for you to live in or are you an investor?
No. I recently purchased it because I wanted to do it like an investment property, but this is my first property that I purchased.
Okay.
Yeah. I got lucky.
We have a motion from, thank you, from Council Vice President Melinda De La Vega. We have a second from Councilman Luis Gonzalez. Please call the roll.
Ms. G. Perez,
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Marrero,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez. Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for March 10th, 2026.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yep, you're very welcome. Item 17E, please.
First reading of proposed ordinance granting a variance permit to allow a residential unit, Unit B, to have an area of 570 square feet, where 750 square feet is the minimum required. Allow parking in the front setback where no parking in the front setback is allowed, and allow 4 parking spaces fronting East 4th Street to back out into the right-of-way, where backout parking is only allowed in low-density residential districts. All in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Sections 98-876 subsection B3, 98-881 subsection 1A2, and 9-3 subsection A3. Property located at 158 East 4th Street, Hialeah, Zone CR, Commercial Residential District, and legally described in Exhibit A. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
This item is on first reading. Not open to public discussion, but certainly discussion from us here. Is the applicant here? Almela family? Okay, just stand by, sir. Stand by, sir. And does anybody have any questions for the applicant or Claudia? Motion. Claudia, what is basically, I recognize Luis Rodriguez's motion. What is basically a Unit B in this case, and what are they doing? Go ahead.
The rear, the property has a rear structure that it was built in 1930.
A legal real structure?
Exactly. It
Yeah,
was legally done, and now basically they're doing a residential unit on the, in that rear,
like a secondary
like a second.
residential.
Yes,
Okay.
ADU, yes.
An
Mhm.
ADU.
Additional
I
dwelling
know.
unit.
Thank you. All right. We have a motion from Councilman Rodriguez,
Second.
second from Council Vice President De La Vega. Please call the roll.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Ms. M. Perez? Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for March 10th, 2026.
Thank you, sir. Item 17F, please.
First reading of proposed ordinance granting a variance permit to allow the expansion of a legal non-conforming single-family residence, including a proposed addition with a rear setback of 20 feet, where 25 feet are required, an interior east side setback of 4.91 feet, where 5 feet 1 inch are required, and allow a street side setback of 10.16 feet, where 15 feet are required, all in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-348, subsection 8, and 98-501. Property located at 501 East 14th Street, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, and legally described in Exhibit A, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I believe that the petitioners are here. I see them, the Corrales and Reyes. Right?
Sí, en español, por favor.
Corrales y Reyes.
Sí,
Ok, un momentico.
gracias.
Tranquila ahí un momentico, no se preocupen. Does anybody have any questions for the applicants or Claudia?
Second.
That's your question, a motion from Councilman Rodriguez and a second from
Marrero.
Councilman Marrero. Thank you. Please call the roll.
Ms. M. Perez?
I just want to make sure on their document, on the ordinance, it says that the condition is that they shall include whatever, and then it says question mark, question mark, question mark. So
Yes.
is it a question or are they going to include it?
Did you see
The
that?
condition.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that they understand that they will have a minimum 30% ABS
Where-
requirement.
Where are you seeing that?
In the ordinance, in
The conditions.
backup, the condition,
Condition.
it ends in a question mark, just to ensure that they know
No, I'm
it's
sorry.
under-
The Agenda Quick does that sometimes.
Okay, I've never seen that.
No, I'm sorry. We didn't catch it when we printed the
Okay.
today's.
So just for the record, the condition is staff recommends approval of the variance subject to the condition that the site plan be revised to include the pervious area calculation demonstrating compliance with the minimum 30% pervious area requirements.
Yeah,
So that is a condition.
so it has to be a condition, not a question mark.
Yes, no, no.
Sorry for those that overlook the detail, but the teacher in me does not allow that. I'm sorry if that irks you, Councilman Gonzalez. Sorry if it irks you. Go ahead.
Did-
Motion
We
to
have a
approve.
motion and a second.
And a second, please call the roll.
Ms. M. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Mhm.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Marrero?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Ms. G. Perez?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega? Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for March 10th, 2026.
Lo veo en 2 semanas. Does anybody? And now, unless anybody has any further comments, this meeting is hereby adjourned at 9:44. You do? You have 3 minutes.